mark it
Alright.
to be at a specific
Cool. PDG's YouTube stream is also live.
everybody. Hello and welcome to DevFest Midwest DevFest 2021. I'm Jeff Williams, and I'm the moderator today. I've got some slides. I'm going to open these opening slides and share my screen, and then we'll be all set. Okay. Let's share screen. Sorry about the slight delay. I'll do that window right there. All right, welcome to Midwest DevFest 2021. This is the first time we've had this in 2021, but not the first time we've had a DevFest. Last year, we had a DevFest as well for the Midwest region. We've got over 7 different Google developer groups that collaborated on this event, and let's get started. So we're going to have sessions. They'll be taking place here on the stage. In this event platform that we're in, there's the stage, and also there's networking. Between talks, we're going to be having networking. We've got a code of conduct. Basically, be excellent. Don't make people feel uncomfortable. They're here. People are here to learn, and people are here to share, and that's why they're here. If you've got any problems or experience any issues during the event, please email support@midwestdevfest.com. The same address that you used to get to the event, midwestdevfest.com. Now, our agenda today starts with Flutter. Flutter is a mobile app development platform. Next, we go over to an Angular talk. Angular is a web app framework. Then we go to transfer learning. That's about machine learning. And we end out the day with a talk about the web and accessibility on the web. After that, we've got the funnest part of the day. We've got the big prizes. So our first talk today is about Flutter, as I mentioned, and Joshua de Guzman is our first speaker. He's a Dart and Flutter GDE. That means a Google Developer Expert, and he's a software engineer. Now, hold on, just got another message. Let's see what this is about. Hopefully I didn't forget anything super important. Anyway, I'm Jeff Williams, and I'm happy that you guys are here. So let's see. Without further ado, I think we'll jump into the first talk. Now, Joshua is, like I said, a software engineer, and he's a doubly a Google Developer Expert. A lot of folks have expertise, like software engineering. He's proven his expertise to actual people on that team, on the Dart team and on the Flutter team, 2 different teams over at Google. So let's give it up for just our first amazing talk today, and let's go with that. So, folks, take it away. Let's see.
All right. Hey, guys.
Now you can share your.
Let me quickly. Okay. Let's see. Okay. First of all, thanks, Jeff, for the intro, and thanks everyone for joining us here at DevFest Midwest. Currently, hopefully, you guys still have the energy as I do, like afternoon your time. So yeah, let's kick it off. But let me just share my screen first. Okay. Great. Okay. Great. Okay, let me just. Okay. Right. So again, workshop, and hopefully today you'll learn a thing or two in terms of like how you would implement CI/CD for your Flutter apps, especially that it's really that trivial to like manually do the processes involved in like deploying, building, and testing a Flutter app, and especially for mobile, which gets really difficult. especially that they are being reviewed thoroughly, especially for Apple iOS apps and Google Android apps. So let me just switch. Not sure. All right. Now, before you even dive in, why you need kind of like, or why you need a CI/CD service for your Flora apps, let's just try to understand, like, and have. All right. So, like, there's just a chat. Dive into kind of like the importance of Flutter CI/CD and why is it important to actually automate the processes involved in deployment. Let's take a step back and understand what are the challenges involved in deploying a mobile app, especially in the context of building Flutter apps. One is pretty obvious for like if you have been part of the mobile development community. One of the things that apps gets published to App Store, from Apple, and Play Store like from Google, which makes it difficult because we have no control of the ecosystem. Like Apple sets its standard, Google has its own standard, and without us trying to create a stable and testable and like fully functional app, it's really difficult to roll back, submit a patch, unlike web, in which you can just simply push an update and it gets reflected. Like again with mobile, it's a long and tedious process. It involves real humans doing the checks for your app if it's working, functional, or if it's up to the standards of whatever market app store you're deploying to. And like probably one of the worst feeling that you get is getting the app rejected. Like for example, if you have work on the app, the features of your app for hours, days, but for some reason like as for a clean build was not caught because you're probably doing the tests, or at least if you have not running tests. So I think those are automated on the cloud using a cloud service provider for CI/CD. And again, like having to do all the processes involved in terms of like deployment can lead to like again there's a human factor involved in doing the manual processes. So it's pretty obvious that there will be some bugs that may came out from the builds. One thing that I can think of is that for every new build, like you either have to build it locally in a machine if you don't have a dedicated CI/CD server, and that's not in a clean state. Like it works on my machine or it works on your machine, but it doesn't work on like other else's machine. So those are kind of like the high level issues that you might encounter, but there's probably a lot more, especially if you are not running tests every time you try to create a new build. Things like small bug fixes and nits can easily go into production. And again, it's circling back with the first challenge, which is like review process. Every time you try to create a new build, you have to submit again, like for actual steps involved before you even try to submit the app for review. And it's a long waiting game. Us developers should not actually focus. I'm sorry, like, is there something wrong with my video? Let me just follow up with the organizers. Brief interruptions. All right, maybe. I'm not sure if there's any way I could change the resolution. All right, I'll just turn off the video for now. Sure thing. All right. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, like I'm not sure how can I update a resolution. There's no option, but let me know if there's any issue. Yeah. All right. So circling back with the waiting game in terms of like releasing the apps to Play Store, Google Play. Us developers should not actually focus on those ad. Now, like our goal as developers is to ship features, not to just build them. And without us having to, work on or invest on toolings like a good CI/CD workflows, it will be difficult for us to ship features because we're constantly fixing or dealing with review process, manual process of doing deployment. So again, we are developers. We're not just building them, but we're actually shipping them to our users. All right, thanks, guys. All right. And those are kind of like the high level challenges that we've encountered in terms of like mobile development and Flutter. But let's try to see what is actually involved or included before we even try to submit the apps for review. So the first one is, again, as part of the SDLC, like everyone's been is included in terms of like planning, architecture, product specking, things like that. But what's interesting for us right now is to look what is actually being worked on during development, integration, deployment, and the cycle repeats if there's any bug. Now, in terms of like the app deployment, at least for the development, this is where the code is being written out, the features being built out by developers, and the integration is where, because integration is where a PR or gets tested, gets built onto the main branch, which is, depending on how you would like to consider it, it's right. Sorry, like what can you? Slide. All right. Okay. Great. I'm not sure why we're having a hiccup. Let me check. All right. The one with all right, the one with more stuff. Okay, sure thing. All right, I'll just continue here. Again, now in a high level process, like there's at least for CI/CD, we'll be looking into two most important parts. Things are that now, like if we want to do this manually, it will take time and it's very repetitive. The tasks like doing lint checks, doing formatting check if the code is up to standard, doing tests and build, like they're pretty much okay, especially for small projects. But again, if you're dealing with large teams like I did from the past, like there are a bunch of PRs coming in from 11 or dozens of engineers, and that takes time for a single look over, test individually if it's integrated properly on the stable branch of your project. And same for deployment. Now, if your PM asks for kind of like a stable build or an alpha build that you have to release for this week, someone has to like do it. Now, and again, there's kind of like a caveat if you fail submitting those builds in terms of like I mean, like you have, and if you even submit the build and it gets rejected, you have to do review process takes time, and like one way for you to be able to mitigate this kind of like issues is for you to actually invest in kind of like tooling for CI/CD. So right now we'll just do CI/CD. So at least right now the context of the project that we're doing is mainly going to cover how we can integrate a CI/CD for an existing Flutter app with unit, widget tests, and integration tests. So that will be pretty interesting because integration tests really like runs your app in terms of like in a simulator on the cloud. And the other one is starting the project from scratch and distributing the build to Firebase. So we'll see it in action. And the tools that we'll be using for the two projects that we'll be building out today is, at least the first one is Fastlane. So Fastlane is kind of like a set of tools that allow mobile developers to deal with the complexity of doing mobile development releases, and it works great with Flutter apps, which is later on we'll see it in action. Semaphore is a CI/CD hosting service, and you can use any CI/CD service that you might want to use. You can either use the alternatives like Code Magic or GitHub Actions, but again, I think there's been a lot of talks about it already. And Semaphore is a newcomer in terms of like mobile development, but they've been around for web development. So let's try to see in action, and I think hopefully you guys will love, especially the visual builder of that Semaphore has. And last but not least is Firebase app distribution. This is where we would like to distribute the new Flutter project that we're building. And every time we try to push a new change to, for example, the branch that we're trying to update. Again, not every time you try to create a release, for example, during integration or whenever the code PR or pull request was landed, it will generate an artifact and upload it to Firebase. So this is the quickest way, or one of the quickest way, how you can distribute builds to the audience or to your users without you having to deal with a lot of review process and things like that, at least while you're in a beta stage. Because if we try to tackle, like all at once, like Google Play App Store, I think we won't have enough time. But again, the concept that I will be sharing with you is pretty much straightforward, and you can just change the distribution strategy later on. Again, before we dive into the code, let's just try to go over quick concepts. At least the entire, let me just show you the dashboard for Semaphore. So at least for dashboard, this is kind of like where we will edit all the blocks, the pipelines related to our workflows. And later on, we'll see how we can configure individual jobs so that we can add specific tasks for whatever we need for the CI pipeline. And we'll dive into this a bit more later. But to get started, let's try first to go over our project. And I'll share the project later on with the organizers. But this is a project running in Flutter 2.0. So hopefully you guys are already in null safety. If you haven't migrated, it's time to upgrade. Yesterday they have released kind of like a new version as Flutter 2.8. So it's time. It's time for you guys to actually migrate to. Let me just check. Right. Okay. I'm just running the app right now on iOS, but later on we'll just deploy it on Android. So at least that's how, how powerful Flutter is. It's multi-platform, and later on we'll try to build a project. So we'll just have a quick discussion what the project is later on, and try to see where what we can work on. Okay, so at least for the Flutter project that we have, it's a very basic, simple to-do list in which it has a way of adding new items here. But again, our concept here is not focused on widgets, styling, theming, things like that, but rather on how we can deploy the existing Flutter apps with integration tests in it, unit tests, and for us to be able to actually truly think that our app is stable and ready for release with tests coming in. So right now our app is, again, a to-do list app, but one thing that's probably going to be interesting for us here is to look at the tests. So again, circling back on the issue that we have in terms of like releasing the apps to Play Store is making sure that the app is stable. And one way to do that is by adding test in Flutter. So again, in Flutter, we have, like if you have written tests in the past, again, this one, writing on both widget. Right. All right, so that all just seems like, all right. Okay, so there's a problem with the audio. Let me know if there's any problem with the audio. I'm happy to step in or change something. All right. Okay, so at least for the unit test in Flutter, we have this two parts. So we have widget and unit tests directly. So at least for unit tests, again, it allows us to test small parts or small units of our application, in which, in this case, we're testing kind of like the business logic for the detail view or the item list view. And what it does is it just simply tests whether the item is getting updated, added, and everything the function that like we've added here in this specific page. So if we want to run the test in Flutter, now we have just a simple command, Flutter test. And if you want to test a specific folder, you can test features, detail, and detail view model test. Again, right now we're just running tests locally. Later on, we'll try to test it out on an actual CI/CD service provider. I think just taking some time, but this should pass. All right, so that's at least for the unit test that we've had. We also have an example widget test in which at least what it does is it checks whether we have successfully added the items to the list. So to do that, again, we'll just run the same method for widget tests, and we'll just run the command Flutter tests. And you want to run a specific widget test, you can do something like this, or let me just check, why is it not showing up? Features home. All right. So this is the widget test. Again, the difference with unit tests and widget tests is that at least for unit tests, it changes kind of like tests kind of like these small units of our application, similar on how we do it for Android, like doing like testing our classes using Kato and things like that. But at least for widget tests, we're testing the components or the widgets of our applications. Like, for example, in this case, we're testing whether the view itself has the items in it. After tapping 3 items, we'll have 3 items that we can find during assertion. So at least right now, we know it's passing. Right now, we're still doing everything manually. Later on, we'll try to see how we can migrate them to the CI/CD service. And last but not least is we also have integration tests. So integration tests in Flutter is what allows us to truly test whether the feature stuff we've added works well with the other features that other developers or you have integrated in the app. So to run integration tests, we can just run Flutter drive, and I'm not sure if you guys can see the command, but there's just this driver parameter here, in which this is pretty standard. We're just passing off. I think this is. Let me just test it for a moment. I think this is a different. Let me just test it. Okay, so I think I have the command here. Again, Flutter tests. All right, so right now I'm running the integration test. So earlier on, we are just running unit tests and widget tests. Right now, we're running the integration test. So again, integration tests kind of like a way for us to test the UI or end-to-end test of our app in Flutter. All right, so we're just spending right now some time with Flutter, but later on we'll go over the actual CI stuff. So at least right now you guys have the overview what's included on the test, and we're not just faking the test that is included. So this takes time. So integration tests is actually building the APK on the simulator. So that's probably one thing that you have to consider. So if you're running integration tests on iOS, you'll have to set it up like in a VM using macOS. And if it's Android, it can run anywhere, Linux, Windows, even macOS. But again, in terms of like pricing, macOS is a bit expensive even if like try to compare it on other CI/CD provider. So that's pretty quick. And that's integration test. I haven't done anything like touching the code, but again, hopefully you guys had the chance to witness it. But at least what's important for us to understand here is that we are actually running some tester commands here in which we are tapping, for example, a button. So that's the add button. So on the lower right, and we're entering a to-do list item on the detail view, a description, and we're tapping save. And if it does save, we're just expecting it like from the assertion that, oh, this item was added on the homepage. So it does work. And the test is passing. Right now, next thing that's most important for us right now is to push the changes on GitHub. So if we try to go over, let me just this yes. Right now, I'm just pushing it that I don't mess up the commits we've added here. Updates. This is the quickest way we can push. Remote, remove origin. Remote, add origins. I'm just pushing the repo right now to Git. Oops. And right now, this should fill in the GitHub portion of the code. And next step is for us to be able to test how intuitive the visual builder is for Semaphore. So for Semaphore, let's just visit Semaphore CI, and it should come right at the top of the list. And just have to log in. I think there are two options how to log in, whether it's classic, but for most parts, we'll just probably use GitHub. Especially if your project or teams is using GitHub for your projects. And right now, our project dashboard is empty, but we're trying to like what we want to implement here is that all of the things here that we've run, from running the tests, unit tests, widget tests, and integration tests, everything on Semaphore. So I think we forgot to run Flutter Analyze. So Flutter Analyze is just running lints, whether it's like the standards that you set on analysis options is kind of like like passing or not. Right now, as you can see, they're kind of like some failing lints here. You can just simply set it to false right now, and hopefully this will pass. Flutter Analyze, and this should pass. All right. So that's the quickest hack, but you should fix that really. Fix lint. And currently in the project, we're using very good analysis. So it's kind of like the rules and lint check rules that set by very good ventures in terms of like when they're working on the projects. I think it's pretty solid to follow. And last but not the least is we forgot to talk about Flutter Build APK. So at least for Flutter Build APK, this is where the artifact is getting generated. And this is most likely the most important part if we want to release the builds to the users, right? So again, as you can see, it took us almost 15 minutes just to run and go over from unit testing, widget testing, integration testing, and building the APK. So it already took us 15 minutes, and that's 15 minutes of our time is something that, at least if we're doing development, something that we cannot get back, especially if you're doing it again and again. Now that's kind of like compounding over time, and if you try to sum it up, like doing the manual process, it's really a lot of productivity hours that's wasted. So right now we're on Semaphore CI, so hopefully you guys have registered already on Semaphore CI. And let's just try to find the app, DevFest Midwest. So right now I'm just clicking create new, and I just chose a repository from GitHub. So again, our goal here is to, as much as possible, do not touch the YAML file, although we can do it. I think it's more intuitive enough for beginners, actually, at least for newcomers to Semaphore, to try out Visual Builder. So this is pretty neat. We'll just go over Semaphore. Let me just, all right. So I will want to configure from scratch. So we already have existing pipeline for this one, but we'll just remove it. So right now we'll just try to click customize the workflow builder so we can start from scratch. But there are a lot of, again, Semaphore has been a while for, especially for web development, but for Flutter, it's, I think for mobile development it's pretty new, so pretty exciting. We can start from scratch. And this is the dashboard for Semaphore. A couple of things here that is might deem important is this dashboard is called Visual Builder, and it contains a pipeline. So a pipeline, think of it as the entire workflow. In terms of like in GitHub Actions, that's the entire pipeline. One workflow is equivalent to an entire pipeline, and a job is equivalent, and a block is equivalent to one set of job or one set of block as well in GitHub Actions, in terms of like how, in terms of like the comparison there. And a block will contain one or more jobs. So almost similar to GitHub Actions, the jobs can run either synchronously or synchronously. So later on, we'll try to see it in action how we can run them in parallel. But for now, let's just set up the pipeline. So one of the most crucial steps here is for us to choose which environment are we using for our workflow. So again, since we're just going to use Docker container, and it's a bit expensive to use Mac OS for an Android app, but again, it's very fast, and I think the pricing of Semaphore is competitive. But again, I'm not affiliated with Semaphore in any kind, but feel free to test it out what works for you. So right now there's a Docker container image here. So Semaphore has a list of images that is available on their platform, so feel free to check it out. And we'll just try to rename the pipeline main. Why is it not typing properly? As I think my key got stuck. Right, main CI, my key got stuck. And that's the workflow. And now we'll try to edit the job. So the job is for us to, let me just, let me just, all right. Let me just open up the cheat sheet for the command so that we'll get right into it. So the commands that we'll just add here, I can also provide them later on with Speaker, but these are just kind of like the commands that we will be reusing a lot throughout the pipeline. But again, you don't have to code them out yourself on the YAML file. So the name of the block is install dependencies. That's how, depending on how your team would like to architecture it, install and cache Flutter dependencies. So what this command does is, since it's already using kind of like an Android image with Flutter in it, the SDK, you don't have to worry about downloading it yourself, like like from Flutter or Dart Dev, but rather you can just use the cache version of the SDK using the environment Docker container that you've chosen. And we'll just have to add another block. So instead of us trying to code this, we'll just click for most parts here, which should be intuitive enough for most users. We're interesting on running is running lint checks. So this is us trying to make sure that the code is up to standard set by the team. So format is just checking whether formatting issues with the code. And this is the analysis option, which runs again the Very Good Ventures lint rules that we have for the app. And the other one we have, we forgot. So this is just a cache command. We're just restoring the cache inside the Docker container, and we're just reusing it inside this block. So almost similar to GitHub Actions that you cannot reuse existing, kind of like, at least you cannot reuse values from one job to another, but rather you can use values within the pipeline, and you can restore the cache on any block with that you need, where you need it. All right, next block is testing. Almost similar with lint, we'll just reuse the cache. Again, the command, you don't have to memorize it. It will be pretty much provided for most parts, for cache. And again, what's the command for running Flutter test in Flutter? It's just and test, and it should run the test in this directory. And run tests. All right. So let's just try to see if it's actually working before we even try to add more steps to it. So right now we haven't touched the workflow file yet, but Semaphore is already committing those changes for us and trying to see if it's capable of linting and testing our app. So again, earlier we had this took 117 seconds. So that's almost 2 minutes of our time building a simple Flutter app. What more for a more complex app, right? So right now it's running asynchronously. So if one of these jobs fail, that will stop the entire pipeline from running. So let me know if you guys have any questions. Later on, I'm more than happy to answer it. Right now it's passing. Let me just. All right. So running tests, we're now running both widget and unit tests. So that should come in handy. I mean, we've tested all of the tests locally, so hopefully that will pass. Otherwise, we cannot proceed with the next step. Right. I'm not sure how long the test took, but right now, we're using the most or the cheapest VM that we can find from Semaphore. But if you have way faster VMs comparable to the speeds of CodeMagic and GitHub Actions, you should be able to pay it and have better timings. So right now it took tried running locally for 10 minutes. It's just 2 minutes here, and it's running. And the next step that we want to do right now is to create the artifact. So at least that's the last step that we want to test out for integration. We should still run the integration test. So you guys can see that we can actually run tests on emulators on Semaphore. So let's see, integration, run integration tests. And the command for running integration tests is at least the ones that we have earlier, which is flutter tests, jobs. So this is running in the end-to-end test that we have for Flutter. And the only difference of this block is the prologue. So before, we're running, we're only caching or restoring the cache of Flutter in the prologue. So prologue is a command that executes before the command is executed. At least for this one, since we're running integration tests, we will be opening up an emulator, at least for Android. So the commands, again, you don't have to memorize it. It's like depending on the configuration, there might be some specific things that you want to change here. Like for example, the SDK build tools or the specific image that you want to use. That's something that you might want to look at. But this is something that it's pretty standard for running integration tests for Android. And what it does is it checks out the cache Flutter SDK and opens up a simulator before this test is even executed. So let's try running the integration test, and we can go back to it later so that we can work in parallel. So right now it should run. The last step that we want to do is after running lint checks testing, we want to build or check if the app is buildable. To check if the app is buildable, we only have one step for that one, which is Flutter APK. Flutter build APK. All right. And the important part here in the build APK is that restoring the cache SDK for Flutter. So that should conclude the continuous integration part. Let's try next the deployment. We still have 10 minutes, so I think we can include it. So at least, like with Semaphore, we haven't really touched the YAML file, and like in GitHub Actions, we'll have to touch it a lot. And you have to deal with a lot of formatting issues. I think there's also a visual builder for GitHub Actions, but it's not as like at least the way it's comparable with Semaphore. But again, GitHub Actions is a powerful tool. It depends on what suits you, and there's no silver bullet solution for CI/CD. And we'll just have to wait for this to finish, including the build APK. And you can see here all the jobs running. We have it here. So right now it's queued. Let me just activity monitor. So right now I only have one job running at a time. But again, if you have set up the premium options, you can just simply have multiple jobs running in parallel. So that's for the continuous integration part. Next interesting part for us is to finish up CI/CD stuff, which ends up with deployment. And for us to do deployment, we'll just have to click add promotion here. So similar with like how you think a build is like passing or not, you only have to promote builds if they pass all the tests or lint checks here, right? So it makes sense for us to call this promotion because it's ready for deployment and we want this to be shipped to our users. And for us to be able to do that, we'll use Firebase app distributions, the quickest way possible we can test deployment CD instead of us trying to deal with a lot of finding issues later on with Google Play and App Store. So right now I'm just creating a Firebase project So again, you can start from scratch by visiting console.firebase.google.com, and you should be able to create a new project. And let's just enable Google Analytics for now, or actually disable it because we don't need it right now. So right now I'm just creating a new Firebase project, but if you already have one, feel free to do it. Feel free to use it, and we'll enable app distribution project from there. So again, the promotion that we want to happen here is us deploying main CD. So we can have deployment, continuous deployment. This is just a nitpick. You can just change whatever you want. Continuous integration pipeline. What's included is checking whether your code PR is can be merged to the main branch. At least for continuous deployment, we just want to build. Again, I'm just copying all the stuff here. This is another pipeline. Continuous deployment. So I think I renamed it incorrectly. So this one should be deploy to Firebase. And all right, continuous deployment. And the block one should be almost similar to install. Copy pasting here. So Flutter. And next step is for us to build. Yep, we'll be changing it later on to Docker. All right, thanks for noticing. At least you guys are with the discussion. Right now, we're still using Linux, but what we've been using, it makes sense for us to use the same VM unless you want to build for iOS. So that's a different story. So this one, we're using Docker image again for Android Flutter, and build APK. So again, continuous integration allows us to check whether your PR is mergeable to the main branch, and promotion happens automatically if, for example, a PR is landed on main branch or a push, a PR or is landed on the main branch. Yeah, that's correct. And we can do it either manually or automatic promotion, meaning every time the PR is landed on main, this specific promotion runs this entire continuous deployment pipeline, which is the thing that's most interesting for us to release the app. All right, so this is the last one, deploy to Firebase and run Fastlane. Right now, we haven't talked about Fastlane. I think there should be a quick overview. Let's just go over Fastlane. Again, Fastlane is a set of tools that allows you to deploy both Android and iOS apps to, like the easiest way possible to the app stores. And the good thing is, Firebase App Distribution has its own plugin, attached to, or at least available to Fastlane, which should simplify the way we communicate the Flutter app that we have to upload it on Firebase App Distribution. So we'll just go over in this project, and we'll use the command Fastlane in it. In the slide that I'll be sharing, I'll just share with you the installation docs, because otherwise we don't have enough time to actually install it right in front right now. But the most important command here is Fastlane init. So I think the package that we have here is, let me just check. All right. This is the package name. We'll just skip the JSON secret file. No, because we will not be uploading them to Google Play right now. So I'm not sure if this is already created. I think this is created. Okay, so there's just a problem on my bundler, but that should be. Let me just repeat the process again. It's just a problem with the internet. Let me just check. Okay, let me just repeat the process. All right, so I think it's already there. And the last, at least we're going to need from Fastlane is app distribution. So app distribution, we pasted app distribution here, so I'm not sure how fast this will be added. Let me just paste it again. Why is it? Let me just type it. All right, so this is the command. I'm adding a dependency for the Fastlane. This is not a dependency to Flutter. This is a dependency to Fastlane. So right, so I'll just click yes. So this is us trying to install a dependency for Fastlane. Oh, hopefully you won't see my password or my Ruby. Sometimes you have to install it. Sometimes you have to sudo. Yeah, depending on how you set up your Fastlane or Ruby. Yes, I'm using a workspace here. Mac or for the exposing the password. I think we still have. Let me know if we go over time, but I think we can finish it in 3 minutes. All right, so this should be installed. Okay, while waiting for the Fastlane to get installed, let's go over to Firebase and enable app distribution. So app distribution can be found on the side. And before you even try to start working app distribution, you should have a project name. And go over the build again. What's the application ID? Place it here. So as if you are registering for a new Firebase project. Or Firebase project. But we will not be downloading kind of like the JSON services file right now because we don't really need to communicate to Firebase through this file, but rather through Fastlane. Right, let me just continue quickly finish this one. So right now the project is set up. We'll have to go over project settings. And we'll be more interested to see this app ID here. So we'll use this value in a few. And for us to be able to plain file, we'll just basic command. I think we don't have enough time, but just quickly go over the commands available here. At least for the only lane that we have. So Fastlane has this concept of lanes in which, like every time you call this lane, it will execute this specific commands included in this block. So at least in the only lane that we have, this just calls Firebase app distribution, which is authenticated using our CLI token. So we'll generate a token in a few. Let's just copy that ID. And at least for the CLI token, the only thing that you may want to do here is Firebase plugin CI. This should generate a token for you. So right now I'm opening my CLI on a different screen, but I should be able to paste. All right, so the CLI appears here once you've authenticated with Firebase. You just in the future, you may want to put it on the secrets file, but it's not that important for now. And we should be good to go. That's the only thing that we have to do with Fastlane, and just have to commit it. Add Fastlane lane. Okay. So now that we have added Fastlane lane, we'll just have to push main. And right now we just have to go back to semaphore. So I think it's still running. The integration test is still running, but I'm not sure where we at that point. So right now, as you can see, it's already running add new to do item here. Depends on how big the end-to-end test is. That will pretty much dictate how long it will take for it to finish. So at least while waiting for that one to finish, let's just go over fast lane command. So right now we're on the fast lane block. Let's just try to add the fast lane command run deploy lane, and we have the prologue, same caching, restoring the cache dependencies and installing the gem plugin files. So that's the only thing we have to do, and we can just simply commit these changes. Now it will take time for us to go over it again, but the cool thing about semaphore is that you can also manually click deploy to Firebase here if you want to skip it. So let's try to do the promotion right now and skip all the stuff here. Because otherwise we won't be able to. I think the integration test is passing. It's just that we have to stop this for a moment since we're on the free plan. We might want to give way to the queued job. So let's just stop the continuous integration. But the idea here is that if the continuous integration passes, the continuous deployment gets automatically run. Right now, what we're doing is we're manually running it, so that will save time. So I think there's an error. I'm not sure what's the specific error. Let's see. Let me just restart it. So let's see what was the error. So I think it's on build APK. All right. So I think we forgot to add probably the cache dependency here. Gotcha. So I think we just forgot to run the cache dependencies. Because pubspec.yaml, at least in Flutter, it's kind of like the manifest file. So you'll only be able to generate it once. It's actually, you've installed like Flutter SDK. So right now we'll skip with continuous integration and start the promotion right away. So I think we can stop queuing here. All right. So right now, running the promotion file or pipeline, and this should pretty much wrap up the entire workshop. But let's see if it actually works. I think this should take under 3 minutes. All right, so what we've discussed so far is both continuous integration and continuous deployment, at least in the concept of in the context of Flutter, and doing deployments using Firebase. So I think that's pretty much it. We can go back to it in a few, but I'm open if you guys have any questions. But if not, I think I can also share the slides with organizers or with everyone so that you guys can go over the projects. So that's the continuous pipeline, deployment pipeline that we have. All right, so let me check. This should show the specific files. Okay. So going back, we should visit app distribution. In this, we should actually, we should just have one tester here. Let's add myself. Testers group. So this will upload the Firebase distribution to the group's tester, which I'm the only tester here. And right now it's building APK. Okay, so it's still building the APK. I think it should take no more than 3 minutes. So going back, this is the pipeline. Again, feel free to throw in some questions if you guys have any. I'm happy to answer it. Yeah, during while waiting or after the talk. All right, so I think we're now on the last part. So this should be pretty quick. Upload part, because it's not. All right, that fails. So great. Okay. So I think that's the only issue in installing dependency for Firebase. I think it will take another time to do a run. But see the Android. Just fix the command. Right. I think it will take time for it to finish again, but I'm open to questions if there are any. So I think we can just go back to it once done. Yeah.
Hey, Josh. That was great. There is one question that came from the audience.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody asked, how's Bitrise's and CodeMagic's Flutter CI/CD compared to Fastlane and Semaphore?
Right. So yeah, thanks for the question. So at least for Fastlane, it's not actually the hosted CI/CD service. It's just a complementary tool for those three services, just to clear things out. But in terms of like comparison, like benchmarking, I did some benchmarking on my projects, and I think in terms of like the pricing and the VMs that you get for what you pay, I think it's a lot cheaper on Semaphore running on VMs with 8 gigs of RAM. So that's pretty insane for a small project like this, and pretty much to intermediate projects that you have for your Flutter project. So I think it's in terms of like comparing them, I think it's really difficult because it will be pretty much subjective for the project that you're building. But at least in my case, on the project that we're building, the benchmark does it. Like the Semaphore stands out in terms of like both pricing and the performance that we get for what we pay. Yeah.
Awesome.
I think I'm not sure if there are a couple of. I think you guys have answered a couple of questions already from the chat, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like four.
And I want to make sure that we have enough time for the next speaker.
Sure.
So
Right, yeah.
I think, and like Joshua said, we'll be sure to send out like the slides and any info from the presentation. So a like huge thanks, Joshua. As a mobile dev, that's something that's very near and dear to my heart, is saving me a lot of time. So appreciate that. So our next speaker will start in about 5 minutes. So we'll take just a quick break. Check out the networking tab at the top if you guys want to chat with other attendees, or any of the other speakers may show up in some of those rooms as well. So be sure to come back to the stage at 1:10. There won't be any sort of like notice when we start. So just be sure to come back here by 1:10. See you guys in a little bit.
All right. Thanks, guys.
On mute as we figure out our technology here. Thought we would just show some actual people, invite the other organizers to show up, and maybe we could talk a little bit about who we are and what is a DevFest in Midwest. Everybody knows the Midwest and loves the Midwest, but the DevFest is a ongoing tradition for the Google developer groups. I'm Lloyd Lentz. I've organized the Google developer group in the Twin Cities for the last few years, I'll say. I think it's going on a decade or so, but it's something that I've really enjoyed doing and meeting lots of local people. This format is great to meet people from all over the world. And Jay here is one of the organizers, and huge kudos to Jay for putting on so much of this event. This wouldn't have happened without him. So thanks, Jay. I don't know if you want to introduce yourself and talk about any topics.
Sure. I'm Jay Whitsitt. Like Lloyd said, one of the organizers of GDG Kansas City. And you all have probably seen the name GDG Kansas City because that's where the main event for this is. Yeah. Jeff, do you want to introduce yourself?
And I'm Jeff Williams of GDG Cloud Twin Cities, where every Wednesday we've got events in a series called The School of Cloud, and you're invited.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So Jeff and I have been here. We're both in the Twin Cities here. We both work together in the GDG Twin Cities, and then Jeff has been running GDG Cloud, and now Jeff has really taken this program off and running. And tell us more about GDG Cloud, Jeff.
Okay, before the pandemic, we had a big DevFest. We had a DevFest about machine learning and AI. And at that DevFest, well, actually, that's when we announced, but we had heard from Google that they were interested in having us split our group in and have a cloud-focused group as well. We had a developer-focused group. They wanted a cloud-focused group for the Twin Cities. There are many big companies in the Twin Cities: 3M, Cargill, Medtronic, Best Buy, that headquartered here. Yes, companies like those. United Healthcare as well. And some of those big companies, they're using Google Cloud because maybe Amazon is their competitor and they want to be on something else that's not that. So anyway, Google was encouraging us to form a new group. So we started a group, GDG Cloud Twin Cities, announced it at our DevFest Machine Learning AI event. And since then, we've had many, many events. During the pandemic, it slowed down. Everybody was feeling kind of tired and frazzled during part of that time. And so instead of monthly events, we went to every other month and a little bit of, and every once in a while events. But then this year, I got into this event series. Every single Thursday, Google was having events to learn Google Cloud. So I was going to those. And then they added Tuesday meetings related to the Thursdays. If you finished all the work on Thursday, you got invited to the special Tuesday bonus with Google engineers. I was like, oh, that's fun. Well, what am I going to do on Wednesdays? Well, after a while, I got good at the different labs they were going through. So I decided I was going to make my own event series. So Wednesdays, we're doing the School of Cloud. And the one we just started this Wednesday was Firebase. We had week 1 of Firebase, week 2 of Firebase is this coming Wednesday. And in the new year, we're going to do 3 weeks of BigQuery. So if you don't know BigQuery, you've ever wanted to learn it, you've ever wanted to get better at it, we've got 3 different speakers lined up to help teach BigQuery during the first 3 Wednesdays of January. Then we're going to go into the end of January there, and most of February is going to be Intro to Cloud. So if you've got a New Year's resolution, you're going to start off the new year with, I'm going to learn Google Cloud this year. I'm going to learn any cloud this year. Join our group. Come on over. I'll put the link in the chat, and you can come learn the cloud with us. We're going to learn.
Hey Jeff, how hands-on is it? Is it mostly listening to experts, or do people get their terminal dirty and start doing some hands-on stuff?
Sorry, they're cloud study jams. So they use the Google Quick Labs platform. So Quick Labs, you're doing all the button clicking. There's someone showing you what they're doing, but you in your own window are doing the same thing. So you get to try all of the commands. And also, each time you've completed a quest, if you complete the quest, within the 1 month of free access, you get a bonus month as well. So you get a lot of access to use Quick Labs, not just in the event, but afterwards as well. And you can follow up with the event recordings if you want to see exactly how we did something, so that you can complete those quests, get those badges onto your LinkedIn, and kind of grow from there.
That Quick Labs format is really pretty cool, and if people haven't used that in the past, it's a format where when you do a lab, basically a user account is created for you, and you get to spin up some virtual server and virtual services. In the past, having taught many of these with using Amazon Cloud or initially with Google Cloud, you'd get a credit. You get a credit of like $100, and hopefully you wouldn't spin up a virtual machine that was too expensive. I had one student show up to class a week later and say, what do you do about this bill for $300? And I'm like, there's no magic here. It's just that's resources that you used. So it's really this Quick Lab anyway. That now using this Quick Lab format is pretty great because it'll spin up resources, but then they automatically shut down within an hour. So plenty of time for you to get your work done. Not a risk of having your credit card attached to it.
Yeah, it uses an account created by Google's Quick Labs, Google's Quick Labs division, which they bought that company, Quick Labs, years ago, and they give you a username and password to use, right? And they allow you to use certain APIs, so that you can get the work done, but they don't allow you to stray into other areas of Google Cloud Platform. So it works out pretty well. Students are enjoying it. And let's see, we've got some chatter in the chat. What do we got? Okay.
Just still working through some technical issues.
Little technical difficulties. So
Well, we'll get Mark up on stage as soon as we possibly can. He's got a 30-minute talk. We had a 50-minute slot for it, so it'll still work out. But in the meantime, hey Jay, how's it going? Is there any Kansas City? Not like the snow we're planning to get here.
No, we are firmly planted above freezing.
Wow. Let's see. Yeah, here in the Midwest, there's all kinds of different microclimates and whatever. Right now we're below freezing, and snow is on the way. And my son's school just let out an hour early because announced that they're going to let out an hour early because of all the snow that's coming. So good times, good times.
there we go. Nope. Almost. Sorry. Good times. Yep, we've got as usual in the Midwest, where since everybody from the Midwest is here from the Midwest, although many folks are signing in from other areas. One of the features we get in the Midwest is the fear mongering around snowstorms. So we had our first snowstorm. There was about an inch, but there was a ton of crashes, and now they're saying yesterday there was 10 inches coming, and then by the end of the night it was 8, and then this morning it's 5, but they're still shutting down schools. We'll see what it ends up being.
Well, I see
one of the great things, though, I will say, so we've had our DevFest. Jeff and I ran the Twin Cities the Minnesota DevFest. MN.
I've got some
for 5 years. I think I'm wearing a DevFest MN shirt under my under here, and we always host it in February. And one of the great things, I mean, for me, one of the reasons that I love the GDG and this DevFest is meeting local tech people who are interested in really cool things. So a plug to GDG: find your local GDG, and get involved, because you'll meet people in your area who are interested in learning new technology, who are interested in sharing that interest and enjoyment about it. And you get to meet and learn really cool things. And with that,
do you remember this one?
That's the first one.
That's our first.
Yep.
Our first.
All right, I'm going to turn on Mark. He's going to join our presentation. Mark has arrived after clearing the hurdles of many technical issues. But cool. Oh, that was good. That was good. All right, Jeff, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, so we try and stay a little bit on time. So thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jeff and Jay, long-time GDG organizers. And with this, welcome back. So our next speaker is Mark Thompson. He's an award-winning university instructor and engineer. He comes with a passion for creating meaningful learning experiences. With over a decade of developing solutions across the tech stack, speaking at conferences, and mentoring developers, he's excited to continue making an impact in tech. And lately, he's been spending time as a developer relations engineer on the Angular team at Google. So with that, Mark, I'm going to hand it over to you. Looking forward to your presentation.
Fantastic. So here's what I need from everybody in the chat right now. I need to know that you just here with me in the building and that you can see me and hear me okay. I need some thumbs ups in the chat. You see those right there? Those are thumbs up. So I need some of those from you folks. Let me get some thumbs ups to let me know that you are here and you are ready. And as people were talking about, the Midwest, I am born and raised in Chicago. So when I was many moons ago, when I was in school myself, I used to live for these snow days because that meant I got to stay home. So I'm pretty excited about that. All right, friends, let's just jump into this. I'm going to share my screen, and then we are going to get this party all the way started here. Okay, friends. So welcome to the session called Angular and the Supercharged CLI. I am so thrilled to be here with you all, friends. My name is Mark Thompson. I'm a Senior Developer Relations Engineer at Google. And today we're going to talk a lot about one of my favorite topics because it's the team that I work on as well. I work on the Angular team. And so first, let's even talk about what is Angular. What does Angular fit into the web development picture? Well, we like to describe Angular as a modern framework for building scalable applications. And we say that it's modern, and we focus on scale because one of the things that we do is that it comes batteries included. So we have support for things like routing and HTTP and forms and other features already built in because we want to reduce decision fatigue for folks using the framework. And one of the other cool things is that it uses TypeScript, HTML, and CSS as part of the core technologies. So there's a lot of transferable skills that you can bring from one thing to the next. Now, I can go on and on about Angular, but I think that we want to figure out what's happening in this session together. So here's what we're going to be building together today. Now, meet Fairhouse. This is an application that is designed to help people find temporary and transitional housing. Okay, and what we'll be able to do is be able to search by city, and then we'll be able to find out where they're available housing for our friends who are in need of some housing. Okay, and we're going to build all this in Angular. And the first question that usually comes up is, well, how would we approach building an app like this? What would we normally do? Well, the answer in Angular actually comes down to something called components, okay? And so in Angular, components are the fundamental building blocks for an application. Now, a component is made up of three parts. One, you have TypeScript. That's the language that we use to build our application logic. Then we have CSS as a way to design your styles and help with your presentation. And then we have HTML for your UI structure. So we take all these three things together, and then we build out a component. Now, here's what's really cool about components. If you think about a Lego brick, right? Those tiny little things that are, they can be squares of pain, because if you step on one, it's going to be very painful. But when you put one by itself, it's not that impressive. But when you put them all together, you can really see yourself building some incredible things. And that's how we like to see components when it comes to Angular. So once you start putting these components together, you can start building some incredible things. So now that we've seen our UI, let's talk about how could we make this type of UI? Well, if I'm looking at this screen, I'm going to notice that this header at the top, well, this is probably going to be repeated all over the place, right? So we're going to repeat this header all over the place. And that sounds good because that's pretty in line with the way a lot of app design is done now. And then we're going to have this section, which is probably going to change. And this component itself, we could probably say, well, this might be like a landing page or a home page. Okay, so right now we can see two components, but depending on you and your team and how you folks work, you may do more or less of this. All right, so now that you know about components, here's where Angular starts to shine a bit. It's because we think about this thing called the CLI, our command line interface. And the Angular CLI is a part of our tooling that makes a lot of these tasks very straightforward to accomplish. So if you want to get started with Angular and the Angular CLI, the first thing you have to do is install it using npm. We say install the CLI globally. All right, so that way you can just run this from any directory. But when you have different projects, those projects themselves can rely on a specific version of Angular. So the first thing we need to do is to create a new application, and we'll create it with routing from the command line. So we use this format when we're issuing commands via the CLI. We do ng new, then the name of our app, and then we pass in the flag to say, yeah, enable routing by default. So I don't have to do any extra work to get routing working in my application. So I've done that already. Okay, friends, so let's see how that's going to look. So I've already done that. And here's our application. We have, or I'm going to make this bigger just so all of our friends at home can see. All right, so here's our application. We have a lot of files that are already built out for us from the Angular CLI, which is great. Just hide that. Okay, perfect. Which is great. And then in our source folder, we see what we start with. Now, here's another cool thing from the Angular CLI that we can take advantage of. Well, I'm going to do this, ng serve. Now, with ng, remember, ng is for the Angular CLI. I'm going to do ng serve because we have a built-in web development server that you can use. And when you do a build, now these are development sizes. So yeah, you might look at this and say, this is huge, but this is not a production build. This is a development build. All right. So now that we have our server running on localhost 4200, we can just jump into our application and see what it comes with by default. So here is the default application that you see when you build it for Angular. So we give you a place to start. But if we look at our application, well, I went a little bit too far here. We want to start building this UI. So let's start focusing on building this UI. Okay, friends, so here's where the party gets started. And if you have questions, you can throw them in the chat. I'm sure that I'll be able to see them at some point. Okay, if you have questions for me, let me know. But let's just get started with building everything. Okay, so the first things first, we already created that application. So I did that step already, which is how we have our start. And what I want to do is go to this main component that you see on the screen. That's going to be an app.component.html. So that's the same screen. Now, I don't want all of this code. Let me close the command line for a second here. Now, we don't need all of this code. Well, we want to keep the router, but that'll make sense in 1 second. So we're going to take all this out, and we're going to do what every amazing developer does, and we're going to replace this with just let us know that the world is working in our favor, and we'll say hello world. Let's see if we can put a little rocket. Oh, let's put a heart. Okay, perfect. Hello world. So we have live refresh. So once you save one of these files, it's going to refresh your application. So we know that our hello world is working. This router outlet, this just lets us know that when we do routing, like switching between pages, well, this is where it's going to land. This is where that content is going to land. So let's update this screen to make it start looking closer to what we already have. Okay, so we'll go there and we'll add our structure. Oh, I don't have format on save on. Okay, here, let me just change something real quick so we can have format on save, because, you know, you can even do format on paste. We'll do format on save. Okay, great. So now when I save this, there we go, looking much nicer. So I already have this asset preloaded in the application. And then when you look to our side here, we're in the money. Okay, so we have our app. We have a header, an H1, okay, and then our main content. But let's make this look a little bit nicer, and let's go to our styles. And then I'm going to add global styles. Okay, so I'm going to add some global styles to just make things look a little bit nicer. Okay, there we go. So we have our global styles for our Fair House app. That feels good so far. You know, folks, you're doing such a great job. I have something for you. You see this? Do you see that? That's a high five from me to you, because you're doing great. The next step that we can do is, now that we have our header, the next part is going to be our home component, because we need to make sure that we have our like home component. And that's going to be, if we go back to our application, now we're going to start. So we have the top part built out. Now we're going to start building out this lower section. This transitional housing can be hard. We're here to help. Okay, so we have a lot of that text that we want to build out. But first, we want it to be a component. So down here, I'm going to leave the server running, but I'm going to jump into another terminal window. And then I'm going to use another CLI command. And this one is ng generate. I'm going to generate a component, and I'm just going to call it home. Okay, great. So now I have a whole new component that has been generated for me by the command line. So if we look at our app structure, we're source, app, we go to home. Look at that magic. This feels really good, friends. Not going to lie to you, because all this was generated for us, but we don't see it on the screen. So what changes do we need to make here? Well, we need to tell the router about this component. So let's go into our routing section. And on line 4 in my routes, wait, let me check to make sure if I have any questions here. Okay, your friends are just hanging out. Sounds good. All right, so here, I'm going to jump in and add path. And I'm going to say the path to this is our default path, so empty string. And which component should you go to? Remember, components are basic building blocks. Well, I want to go to the home component. So from the home component, now you see that home works. And if we go into this component, and on Mac, I'm doing a command click, you can see that home works. I'm so happy. All right, awesome. So let's replace this standard text with the template that we're going to use for this. So this is going to be our home component that we'll use. All right, now I'm using a lot of snippets here because the goal for today is not to really teach you CSS and HTML, but show you how when combined with Angular, you can do some really cool stuff. Okay, so that's really the goal. All right, so we have, now I left us some breadcrumbs here that we'll know what to do next. So we have our content. Okay, so this looks great. We have our content, but the styling is really not in line with what our designers probably envisioned. So let's do a great job and fix that. Up in the title bar area, there's a little breadcrumb trail. I'm going to click here and go straight to home.component.css. Okay, from here, I already have some styles that I want to just drop in here. Okay, so I want to do my home component styles. I want to add those in there. And then now we are getting to the good part. Let me zoom out just a little bit. I think we can kind of see this. Okay, so a little bit better. I think we have some styles that we're missing. So let's go back one level. Let's go to app. Let's go to app component. Let's make sure we add our styles here. Okay, so just a small little set of styles just to smooth that part out. All right, so this is visually, this is the energy that we're looking for. If we go back to our application, this is the energy that we're looking for, which is great. This is great because now our application looks nice. And the next step is to start incorporating the power of Angular to make everything go in our favor, friends. This is amazing. I'm super excited about this. Okay. I'm checking for questions. All right, friends, sounds like everything is going smoothly, so I am pumped up about that. Now, here's the next thing we need to do. Let's make it such that, so if we go back to our home component, which is this area, here's what I want to happen. If I type in, let's say Chicago, I want to see some type of like results or some information. I want to see something happening. So I want to be able to interact with this form. Okay, so how can we search? Let's start thinking about that. In Angular, so here's the idea. We want the value of our input. You see that input right there? We want the value of that input to somehow be tied to a function that we can then search some data for. So let's see how we'll do that. In Angular, we have the syntax called ng model, which can say, well, take this data from this, like, let's say this form input, and then bind it to a property. So I want to bind it to a property called city. You might be saying, well, Mark, there's an error, and it's telling you it can't bind because, well, we're missing some parts. So let's add those parts. One, there is no city property. So we can fix that issue now. At the top of this file, there is go to component. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to define a city property. This is our TypeScript class. I'm going to define a city property. Okay, better, but not better. At least it's not complaining about city not being existing. What it's saying is that it doesn't know anything about ng model. And the way we fix that is to go to our app module. So this is how we kind of manage like app dependencies. This is one of the ways that you manage your app dependencies. And we have to say, well, here's what I want available. I want all the functionality for forms. I want that to be available to my application. So let me just add it to the list of dependencies down here. Okay. So now that that's available, we are in the money. Let me show you something super cool now. So we were just in app.module.ts. we're done here for now. So we're going to just leave this as is. And then we're going to come back to our home component. And right next to the button, I'm going to use a technique called string interpolation. And what string interpolation allows me to do is to take a property from the model or the controller here, and then I can actually have it be displayed, right? So it can be a value, it can be a function, it can be all kinds of stuff. All right, so I'm going to type city here. Now, if I type Chicago, oh, did I save it or did I miss? Oh, there it is. Okay, there's Chicago. Okay, it got covered up by this like form filler, which is really annoying because it's messing up. Okay, so I want to move this just so we can see it. I want you to be able to see it as I'm typing it, just to show you how cool this is. All right, look at that. All right, so now if we type Chicago, okay, you see that? So now we are bound. So now we have our binding, which is super, super duper exciting. So we solved this problem. How can we do search? Well, first we have to bind to a property. So let's put a check right here. Okay, so we did this. What happens when the button is clicked? So here's the next step in our actual application. So if we go down to our button, we want to have an event handler like on click. So, for example, we want to have our on click actually have a response. So let's do a click here. We're going to do click. And then we want to add the function that we want to do. So in Angular, you type the name of the event that you want, and you surround it in parentheses, which lets us know that it's a click event or it is an event. So now, if you look here, I'm going to say I want to search locations. Okay, we want to search locations. Make sure I spelled that right because that's going to break other stuff if I didn't. Oh, it's not. It's search housing. See, I'm glad that we tried to remember search housing. Now, this doesn't exist either, but we can fix that by going into our component, and then we add a line that says search housing. So this is a function, doesn't do anything. This is right now it's a no-op, but it exists, and now our application is no longer having a hard time, friends. Okay, so we're doing great. We're doing really, really great. All right, so now what we want to happen, so here's the next step. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to my slide. So we did this. We did this. We did this. Now we need to create an interface. Let me explain to you why. Since we're using TypeScript, types allow us to give a meaning and shape to our data. So we're going to use the Angular CLI to actually give more meaning and shape to our data by generating a TypeScript interface. Now, if you're coming from Java, you might say, well, an interface is a contract. And yes, while that's true, the usage here in TypeScript is a little bit different. You can use it as a contract, but you got to remember here it's used to also shape data. This is the best practice coming from the TypeScript team, actually. So we'll do ng, G for generate, I for interface, and then let's see the name we have to call it, housing location. Okay, so let's call it housing location. Now the CLI has made this file for us, and that actually is going to smooth out some of our drama because now we can go to this file. So I can actually click on it from here, did a command click, and now we get to shape what this data looks like. Okay, so if we were going to say a housing location, one of our search results, well, you probably would have an ID, and that ID type will be number. Probably have a name, and that'll probably be a string. Maybe you have a description. That'll be a string, and then you have a city, and that'll be a string. So this is the shape of the data. This is what a housing location should look like. And you might be saying, well, why not just use a class? Again, this is a thing from the way that TypeScript works, where this is a best practice where you use interfaces to shape data and you use classes when you exceed the abilities of interface for your data needs. Okay, friends. All right, we're about halfway through. Let's see if we can wrap this up in the next 13 minutes or so. That should be pretty cool. All right, so let's do that. So we got our ID name. If we go back to our component, what you kind of want to do here, here's what I'm thinking about. So I want you to think about like best practices with engineering and what should happen here. Well, the idea is that the data, where the data comes from, this controller should not really care where the data comes from. It should be able to request the data from a service, and then that service should be able to just take care of the rest, right? And that way, if you design it this way, the service's implementation can change, but the users of the service don't have to update their code to match the implementation changes. So let's say right now we're going to hard code our data, but what if we actually take it to a place where we do an asynchronous call someplace, right? We have that flexibility because we're not going to be interested in the details of the implementation. So let's generate a service for this. And if you notice, whenever I say I want to generate something, the first thing I want to do is go back to the command line. So I do ng G for generate, S for service. Let's go. Let's see the service. Housing. We're going to call it housing service. Okay, friends, let's go. We call it housing. And now we have our housing service, which is ready for us to update. So I'm going to do a command click. I'm going to come in here. All right. We don't need a constructor right now because we have an empty constructor, so we can take that out. And first, let's do this. Let's add our array of data. So that's going to be the first thing. All right. And we got to import this. So we have our housing location type. So we're going to bring that in. Okay. So right now I'm defining on line 8 a housing location list. So this is an array of type housing location. Okay, it's an array of type housing location. And remember what I said the shape had to be? So if I were to do XID, this is really cool because the types are helping us. So if I misspelled one of these properties that are not optional, it's going to give me that feedback immediately. So now we can take that and have a good time with it. Okay, very cool. So now we have some data, but you know what we probably need then is a way to access this data. So I'm going to add a function. We're going to call this one get housing locations. I'll call this get housing locations, and I'm just going to return this dot housing locations. Again, this lets us take this application in the future and expand it because how the get housing locations a location list works, you get to change that behind the scenes with not too much upgrades in your application. Very cool, friends. We are doing such a good job here. I'm so excited. All right, now we need to make a couple of changes here. Okay, so now we're back in our home component.ts. We gotta get the search functionality working. Okay, so let's get that working, and we're gonna bring in 2 new arrays. We have the search housing location list, which we'll get from our service. And then we have our search results, which will show up for the users. But in order to get the housing location list data, well, we got to do something. We're going to import. So we go right here, we're going to go private, and we'll call it housing location. And we'll say the type of this is, housing location service. Let's give it a good name. And we'll say housing location, housing service. So we'll call it housing service. Okay, excellent. Okay, this is so cool, friends. This is going great. I'm super excited about this. All right, so now we have our housing service. And again, I'm kind of future-proofing this code. So I'm going to say this dot housing location list equals this dot housing service dot get housing locations. Look at that. Okay. The reason I do this in ng on init, this is what's called a lifecycle method. And this is where a task that could take a long time, like initializing some data, should happen. You might think to yourself, well, this can go on the constructor. No, because the constructor should be as fast as possible. Think about the fact that the constructor will be called every time one of these components are created. And when a component is created, you don't want it to be hung up on the constructor. So the way to get around that problem is that we use the ng on init, which lets me know that I can from there have my data load, and this is a safe place to load that data. All right, now that we have that working, we can replace our no op function, right, with this search function. Okay, and our search function is not very sophisticated. Let's break it down. Let's look at it together. It's not very sophisticated. Let's see if I can get this to be viewable on one line. Maybe. Close enough. Okay, but we'll just talk it through. We'll talk it through. No problem. Okay, so I think this line is not necessary. All right, so we got this dot search results. So the results that will be shown to the user. Well, we're going to say, well, this dot housing location list dot filter based on the location. This is a lambda function. We pass in location, and we say as long as the location dot city, and it knows that there's a dot city property because it's of type housing location. So types are helping us. If this to lowercase matches what the user entered to lowercase. Okay, so it'll just filter it down that way. Very cool. Okay, so now if we go back to our UI, let's go back to that home component UI. Okay, because this is great, and we're almost there, friends. Right here, I left us a section for our search results. All right, I left us a section for this. Here's what I'm going to put temporarily just to show that things are working the way we want it to. I'm going to do some more interpolation. And I'm going to say I want the search results. See that? Search results. Just want this in JSON format. All right, so I'm going to show it. So now, if I type Chicago, search, you can see that the places match. But let's say I type in, let's say a city called Wooddale. All right, and we search, there are no results. Okay, so that means our search is working, but that's not the format that we're gonna want this to be in. Okay, friends, that's not the format, but it's close. What we really want is to repeat one result per search result. So how can we do that in Angular? Well, we have a thing called ng-for. So think of this as a for loop. So we'll say let location, and this is template syntax. This is not JavaScript. This looks like JavaScript, but it is not. Template syntax. Okay, so we say let location of search results. All right, so that'll give us references to that variable. And then, honestly, from here, we can just get busy, right? We can just get busy here. We can just start, we'll throw another li on here. Okay, and then we're going to, we have a p tag. And then from our p tag, I'm just going to put some of the stuff in. Okay, I got the location, got name. We'll probably want to see that. And then you probably want to see location, dot city. Okay, friends, let's look at that. All right, so now let's do Chicago again. All right, there we go. We got an extra one that I think I know what's happening with empty results. So somehow we have an extra results, but I don't really want to spend time debugging that because we're almost out of time. But look at all that we've done so far. I mean, we actually built out this entire application with some good architecture. And a lot of this work was done by the Angular CLI, right? And if we wanted to take this to the next level, we could convert line 20 to be a hyperlink to a details page. And how do you think we would create that details page? Yeah, we go to the CLI and then have it create all of that code that we need, all of the standard files, we have it created for us. And then that's how we make this happen, friends. This is so exciting. And again, this is all through Angular, and we have some good architecture. If we look back at our home component, again, we have some nice architecture where we're using a service. So we can go into our service. Our service right now is hard-coded data, but it's shaped data by proper types. Wow. Okay, so that was really short time, but a lot of cool stuff that we got to build. And friends, listen, I am so grateful that you will spend some time with me. Thank you to this entire DevFest, Midwest DevFest, for just having me. It has been an absolute honor and a blast. And I want to say out to you friends out there who are interested in Angular, I want you to go and build great apps. All right. You can find me at Mark Texan on Twitter, and even better for you, you probably want to know, go check out this code at github.com/MarkTexan/Fairhouse. The completed example is waiting for you there. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, we did have one question in the Q&A,
Okay.
which was kind of as you started building out using Angular components, the question was, how would you compare web components or custom elements and Angular components?
Okay, so this is a question that comes up, but it's actually not the same. These two are not the same. So Angular components are just these like little blocks of code that are to build up your application, whereas a web component, you can actually, I mean, you can do similar things, but web components is based off the web component standard, and Angular components are just our architecture. Okay, but we do have a thing called Angular elements, which is closer to web components, where you can have like it's based on that standard. It's called Angular elements. Peter, I saw that. Is the session available as a code lab? I'm actually working on that right now. I'm actually working on making this entire session a code lab. So keep your eyes peeled for that as well. That's definitely coming up. I'm working on that pretty hard right now.
Well, this is great. This has been great. Thank you so much, Mark. We're going to take another break here. We're going to take about 5 minutes or so and get our next speaker set up. Again, check out the networking tables in the networking tab. And there's no general announcement to alert you all that we've started the next session. So just be sure to come back and check on the main stage in a few minutes here. Thanks again. And I'm going to stop my video. File. Goes to the web. Publish.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next speaker, Merv Noan, is a Google developer expert in machine learning, a former machine learning engineer, and currently working as a developer advocate at Hugging Face. She's the host of the Inference podcast, where she hosts machine learning engineers, data scientists, and researchers in machine learning. So without further ado, Merv, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. So I'm going to turn my camera off for the sake of the connectivity. Welcome, everyone. I'm Merve. I'm a developer advocate at Hugging Face and a Google developer expert in machine learning. Today, I want to talk about how you can implement state-of-the-art machine learning models. I have kept the this was actually a more advanced workshop, but I have changed it to be more beginner friendly to the machine learning. It's just I just kept the name the same. So about me, I am a former machine learning engineer. I have 2 years of experience in machine learning as a machine learning engineer. What I have done, I have built chatbots. I have done tabular data-based algorithm models like sales prediction problems, churn prediction problems. I have done question answering systems. And currently, I'm doing a master's in data science where I am researching on natural language processing. And I'm a developer advocate at Hugging Face, where I do work on TensorFlow Keras as well, partially. I code, I give talks, I write blogs. This is pretty much my job. But first, before moving on to transfer learning, which is a very fancy term in my opinion, let's start with what machine learning is, because some of you might not know how it works. So I will try to explain in a very beginner-friendly way. So in traditional programming, you write code, you give your inputs, and you expect your outputs, right? Well, machine learning is kind of the opposite, where you have your inputs, and you have this 2 inputs. Like for instance, let's take this machine learning system where where you give a picture, an image, and you expect the machine learning model to caption that image, tell what is going on with that image. And we expect this system to learn the relationship between the image itself and the caption. So this is basically how machine learning works. Because if you were to do this with traditional coding, you would have to code everything. Like if you see, ear-like structures in the image, if you see paws, if you see, petals, there is a flower. If there is a tail, there is probably an animal. This is so hard to code, so we don't do it. We just use machine learning for these kind of problems. Going back, this example system basically does take an image and return what is going on with that image, a caption of that image. We could have done the otherwise, like we could have taken a caption and we would expect the machine learning model, this system is called a model. The reason why it is called is that we expect a smaller version of the real world, and it is called a model, thus it is called a model. We could have done we could have taken a caption and expect the model to generate images based on that caption. Yeah. So how does it work? Well, basically we construct this system and we give images and captions alongside that image like image and caption pairs, and we expect the model to learn a mathematical relationship that we could later use to caption other images. It's like a mathematical relationship between each image is actually a bunch of pixel values, and these pixel values range from 0 to 255. And like, for instance, 0 is white, and 255 is black. And over there we have like image channels, red, green, and blue. These are actually bunch of matrices consisting of numbers. And we have these words which is actually modeled as a sequence of numbers. We just map each word to a number, and at the end of the day, we expect those matrix of pixel values and the mapping from words to numbers to be somehow related, and we are looking for that relationship. And we want the machine learning model to actually learn that relationship. So when we do the training, the structure you see, like here, it's called a neural network. You might have heard this a couple of times. It's a fancy word. It is a machine learning model that is inspired from human brain. And each neuron, these nodes, these yellow nodes, actually contain some mathematical, like they contain some numbers, and these numbers help the model map a pixel value to a words mapping, or like a feature of an image. It can be like an edge, it can be like dog's nose, or it can be a flower to a word. This is called a neural network, and those nodes over there, like the yellow ones, are neurons. And the gray ones are the inputs and outputs. So it basically looks like this. So we have layers. These, you know, the node, the gray node at the beginning, the yellow nodes at the middle, and the two nodes at the end. They think of them as layers. So these are layers. And when you train a model, I'm going to explain this very simply. The model, like for instance, think of a machine learning model that can distinguish between cat and dog pictures. So at the first layer, it has very shallow features, very universal features that are not related to your data. It can be an edge, a corner, a curve in an image. And at the latest layer, we have more dog-specific features, like dog's tail, cat's whiskers, something like that. So think of it like that. When we train a model, we basically get what is learned at the first layers is more universal and shallow features. And at the latest layer, we have more domain-specific, data-specific features. And never mind about the backpropagation, that's way too advanced. So moving on to the transfer learning, which is the theme of today's talk, and I will explain what Hugging Face actually does. I want to go through a concept called, pre-training. So you might have heard of this, like OpenAI has this very big model, GPT-3. Google has models like T5, BERT is the most famous one. What else? Microsoft has some models, DBERTA, and others. So think of these big companies training big models, okay? And in those big models, these have tons of those, numbers that I have shown you. Like it has so many of these numbers, these W and B. These are called weights and biases, and these are our parameters. And the more parameters you have, the bigger your model is. So Google and Facebook and others have trained like very big models, and we can actually use these models to make our system better. How? So as I have said, first layers of these models contain very shallow information, like corners and edges for computer vision and syntactical information for natural language processing. Like, think of when you are training a model from scratch, like when you build a neural network and when you feed your data, it's just training from scratch, okay? And you have to teach the model everything from scratch. But since we have these big models, we can actually utilize them. At the first layers, we have edges and corners for computer vision. For natural language processing applications, we have syntactical information like language grammar, for instance, or language, like very universal information about a language, at least. Instead of training our model from scratch, we can take those models and we can use their first layers so that our model can actually be even better. Like you are, those models help you refrain from training from scratch, because those models are like trained on data that has a size of petabytes. It has billions of parameters. And let's say you need a model to detect cats in an image. You can take this big model and you can add a layer on top, which is very technical, I know. I just wanted to say it, but later you are going to understand, hopefully. And then you are going to feed cat images to this model. And this will perform better from the scenario that you have trained the cat, you have trained a neural network that you have trained with only cat images and from scratch. So this is called transfer learning, because you are transferring the information from those big models to your own model. And this training is called, I have taken my big model and I have fed it some data, and then I have this whole different model that does my own task trained on my own data. This is called fine-tuning. This might sound very hard for you. If you are familiar with machine learning in a basic manner, you might understand. So today we'll go over transformers, which is another fancy word I will explain later. NLP tasks and where to find them, Hugging Face with TensorFlow Keras, and transformers in production with TensorFlow Extended. But first, I want to go through what Hugging Face is doing. So Hugging Face is one of the biggest open source ecosystems in machine learning. We have a couple of APIs and libraries that help software developers, data scientists build machine learning products. We provide all of the tools. And we work with TensorFlow, we work with JAX, we work with PyTorch. So you might have heard Hugging Face with the library called transformers. So transformers helps you use these big pre-trained models to build your own machine learning product, basically, because this pre-trained, like the how you use pre-trained model is mostly going through using a transformer architecture. And this architecture, which I will tell later on, is served by Hugging Face. And we have like multiple transformers architectures. You might heard of transformers with mostly natural language processing, but currently we also have computer vision, we have audio, we have other domains in transformers. Another library is called datasets, which helps you use datasets for fine-tuning specifically instead of more general library that compared to TensorFlow datasets, TFDS. This is specifically based on it is specifically built for transfer learning, but it's based on, like, there is so many similarities with TFDS. If you have ever used TFDS, I am sure you will not have any, you will not struggle in using this. It's very easy to use, just saying. And another thing we do is spaces. So we have like open source side and we have enterprise solutions. I will not go through the enterprise solutions, but only open source. And like transformers and datasets are completely open source. And spaces is this platform where you can host your machine learning demo. So basically, the idea is that as a data scientist, like I was a data scientist previously, and I have struggled a lot with building demos to my machine learning products, serving them. Like I had this big Flask book I have read, and I have learned how to serve. I have learned how to write an application, async tasks with Celery, and then I had to use the Docker and everything. But this was so hard and overkill because I only had to do this to demo to my customers or stakeholders of my project. This was very overkill because this wasn't going to go to production anyway. I just wanted to let people see what my model does. So this, if you're just like me, Spaces is actually for you, because in Spaces you can basically like go there, write a very easy to use UI with Streamlit or Gradio, and you can just drag and drop, or you can push your application and we will host it there for free. It has some CPUs. It's not hosted on GPUs. It's just hosted there. You can show to whoever you want. You can show to your teammates. But going back, what are transformers? They're a new neural network architecture that has something we call an attention mechanism, which I'm not going to be talking in detail today. And you can train them without labeled data. So in machine learning, if you are not familiar with it, we have labeled data. And like we have this cat image, and you have to say this is a cat photo. You have dog image, you have to say this is dog photograph. And you train your model with those labels and those images. And this is actually very cumbersome in most of the problems because you need people to just sit down and label your data. And this is very expensive, very cumbersome. And transformers happen to work without labels. And this is called self-supervised learning. You can use this architecture to do transfer learning. The most famous transformer models are BERT, GPT-2, and T5. You can take BERT, which is trained in an unsupervised manner, fine-tune it on a problem. This can be like a sentiment analysis, which is one of the most basic problems. And you will have a better performing sentiment analysis model than those, than the case where you had your neural network or another architecture and you have taken this sentiment analysis data set from scratch and sentiment analysis data set and you trained your model from scratch. Okay, where and how can I use transfer learning? So you can make a bot that answers your frequently asked questions asked by your customers using BERT, trained on question answering. You can extract information from invoices using BERT, trained on named entity recognition, and these would save you tons of hours and costs. It's just like in my previous jobs, I have done like similar systems, and these helped the customers' capacities to increase without actually hiring someone to do that, like someone to do that, let's say. So in Hugging Face Hub, there are tens of thousands of models in various languages, domains, and tasks that most of the time you don't even need to train the model. You can just take a model from the hub and use it. So we have this something called Hub. And in Hub, that's like a model zoo, basically. And we have our own, we have this big community that trains models, uploading them to some people who commit data sets. Like most of the time, you don't even need to train a model from scratch. You just go over there, just filter your use case. It can be like question answering. Like, for instance, you need a question answering model that's based on German, and you need it on PyTorch, which is mostly not the you don't really specify frameworks or libraries most of the time. You just go over there, filter, and see if it suits if it fits your use case. Like, for instance, you might need a model that is going to extract information from legal documents. You will probably be able to find that. You don't even need to train on legal documents. If you need a model on biomedical, for instance, like something that is going to extract information from biomedical documents or summarize biomedical documents, you will be able to go there and find it. We also have, as I said, audio models, image models, and even structured data models, which the transfer learning is used least. Yeah. But I want to go through something called tasks first. So basically, as a software developer, if you want to build a machine learning product, you just need to somehow model it. And this is not even that cumbersome if you don't dive deep into the mathematics, because most of the time you don't even need to do that. For instance, you need something that is going to like extract information, okay? And you need entities inside an invoice. It can be like a person name, an address, a date, maybe, something like that. You just need to see which task actually fits your use case. So something else, like you have these tables and you need to answer questions from those tables. What you need is table question answering. Or you need to summarize documents, you need summarization. You need, if you need, for instance, if you need to denoise some audio, you need something about, you need some audio to audio task. Or for instance, you want to, I don't know, classify some images, you need image classification. You just need what your problem can be solved with, and this is called a task. And for each task, we have something called pipelines. And with only few lines of code, you just have something you can take to production. So, for instance, a question answering pipeline. A question answering models take a question and a document, which you will search for the question and return an answer. Okay, like for instance, in here we have this context, which is our document. Adventurer is approached by a mysterious stranger in the tavern for a new quest. He asks if he would be able to hear if he would be able to locate an ancient relic. And the question is, what is the purpose of the quest? So we want to extract this information, and the answer is to help locate an ancient relic. Like, we need to extract an information, we can use this question answering pipeline. And yeah, like you just need to see what task is the most fitting one to your problem, to your use case. So what we can do, like we pick a model from the hub, like we go to hub, we filter the models, and we take a model and we pick a pipeline based on that model that fits your use case the best, and you'll be good to go. You can just infer, you can just even take it to production if it's very fitting to your use case. And later, I'm going to show you how to serve that model with TensorFlow serving as well. So we first import pipeline from transformers, give the document we want to search in, and the question we want to search the answer of. We call the question answering pipeline and then infer in that pipeline by giving the question and the context and get the answer. And if you don't provide any specific model name for this pipeline, it will call the default model for that task, which is BERT for question answering. So as you see, like I'm inferring here, I have given my document, my question, I called question answering pipeline, and I just get the answer, which is like a JSON, and it gives me the start and end index of the answer in the original document, and it also gives me the answer itself. And this is that easy. Like you can just if you need a question answering model that is based on biomedical documents, and you need like answers from biomedical documents, you go to hub, get the model, and you call the question answering pipeline, and you initialize your question answering pipeline with that model, and then you call your model, and voila, you have the answers. Like you can automate a loop that is going to answer all of your questions, and you can just write it to a, I don't know, JSON file, whatever you want, and you just automated a question answering workflow. We have another pipeline called text generation, and this pipeline completes the text. We input and return the completed text, and default model for this task is GPT-2, which is one of the most famous models ever. This, like, you input in a galaxy far, far away a young Jedi, and you expect GPT-2 to complete your input, and it just returns something very funny. So what is the hardest part? Like, this is for mostly already people who already use TensorFlow. They are going to be familiar with this image. So I don't want anyone to be intimidated. Like, if you have never used TensorFlow, this can be a little intimidating. So if you cannot find a language model that suits your problem, you can train from scratch in native Keras with transformers. So let's say you need a model that auto-completes code, like GitHub's Copilot. It's based on a language model that I think is built on GPT-3. It's called Codex. And you can like pick the, in transformers, as I have said, we provide every single architecture. So you can basically pick the GPT-2 model config, which is the GPT-2 like architecture, and like you can scrape data from forums, from GitHub, and you can train your model from scratch, which we have already done, and it's called Code Parrots. We have done this very recently. You can see this in the Hugging Faces Twitter, and they have written a blog post on how you can do it. So in transformers, we call PyTorch and tensor models differently to treat our model as a Keras model. So if you want to use PyTorch, there is automodel for causal LM. Causal LM in here indicates that we want to use GPT-2 like architecture. And because this is, the ecosystem is a bit PyTorch dominant ecosystem, like TF code is actually called TF automodel for causal LM. So we basically define our model hyperparameters, which are like learning rate, weight decay, or we define our optimizer, and then we just, in Keras, you can compile and fit your model. And this is basically the same for the TF auto model classes as well. So basically, if you have used TensorFlow, you can actually conveniently use transformers as well. So if you'd like to, so this was training a language model from scratch, but if you'd like to fine tune a model, your model on a task, like for instance, you have this problem that is that you need to extract information, information that is named entity. So basically named entities are like names, dates, addresses, telephone numbers, I don't know, country names, etc. If you'd like your model to actually extract that information, this is called named entity recognition. And you can actually fine-tune a model to do that. But how? You basically take the TF auto model for token classification, because this is modeled as a token classification problem. For instance, you have entities. So basically what token is that you have a sentence and you take every single word, for instance, and these become your tokens. And if you'd like to recognize what's the class of that word, whether it's a named entity or not, it can be a city, a person, I don't know, organization like Google. If you want to recognize whether that word is a named entity or not, you have to tag every single word with that label, basically. And there are already tons of data sets out there, so you don't even have to do it. What you need to do it is just call TF automodel for config, for token classification config, and you need to load a data set called conll 2003. This conll 2003 contains named entity recognition task, and it has these examples, it has these sentences, and it has labels like for each token, whether it's a named entity or not, or if it's a named entity, what is it? Is it a person? Is it a organization? Is it a place? You just need to take that data set from Hugging Face, take the model from the Hugging Face, and then just compile it like a Keras model and just fit your model and then serve. And that's basically it. So most of the people who are using Hugging Face are not actually most of the time going through this. We mostly have ready to use scripts for each task. This is on Hugging Face's GitHub. If you go to the examples, you will see for each task we have our training script, okay? And just running that training script, giving which model you want to use, and there is this something called task name, which is basically the task itself. It can be question answering, it can be named entity recognition, basically anything. Just calling this will train a separate PyTorch and the TensorFlow model for you, and they are completely servable. This is what most of the Hugging Face users are actually doing. You just, with few lines of code, you can just train your model without going through this. And okay, but can we serve them like any other Keras model? And the answer is yes. But first I have to go through what TensorFlow ecosystem does for serving. So you can even convert PyTorch models to TensorFlow as well. By the way, PyTorch models that exist in the Hugging Face ecosystem, I mean. So when you save your model with model.save, you save your model in two formats. One is H5 model, which is what people are familiar of in the Keras ecosystem, especially like basic Keras H5 format. And the second one is save model protobuf file. So this save model is everything you need, basically. It has our weights, our model weights, and the graph. And you can save saved model. You can serve save model in anywhere, like basically anywhere. But for this use case, I'm going to show you how you can do this. How you can do this like a REST API. You can, like, the one good thing about TensorFlow is that that protobuf file is very platform agnostic. You can use it in, like, you can serve your model in browser, like seriously. You can serve your model in an edge device. You can serve your model in a web, I don't know, as a REST API. Like, there is the possibilities are endless. Like, we have TensorFlow JS for browsers. We have TensorFlow Lite for edge devices, Android apps, like lightweight. The places where we expect our model to be lightweight, basically. But for this case, we will use TensorFlow serving, create a Docker container on our model, and serve with Flask. You can basically do anything, I'm just saying. So let's see an example. We take our model with TF-BERT for sequence classification, which is something we used for text classification problems. Like, the most common example is sentiment analysis. And actually we are going to actually use a PyTorch model, like, and convert it to a safe model format by setting from _pt to true. This is something that Hugging Face does. And then we call save pre-trained on our model and set saved _model to true to save converted model as saved model. So we basically get our weights and graph, whatever we need to serve our model, and we are just going to serve it. So we first pull Docker image for TensorFlow serving and then run it. And then we create a new image by committing the container, and we publish the container's port where TensorFlow serving handles REST API requests to the host's port, and run it. And for inference with the sentiment analysis model, there is something we call tokenizer. So tokenizer, like, if you remember at the beginning of the slides, I have told you that these words are actually mapped to numbers when we model a natural language processing problem. So for every word, we have an associated number that our neural network is going to understand that, hey, this is this word. Because computers cannot understand the words, basically. We just need to convert them to numbers. And this is what tokenizer does. Because for the images, we already have, like, each pixel value mapped, and those pixel values are actually universal. We don't need something called tokenizer for that one. So we call the tokenizer of the model to pre-process our data, okay? And we do this with, calling from pre-trained, and we give the model's name, the model checkpoint. And we send a request to the endpoint. Like, we pre-process, like, we get the example we want to understand the sentiment of, which is I loved save model. This is going to be positive. And we have converted to numbers to a format that our model can understand. And we have taken the output of that, tokenizer, the pre-processed numbers, and sent a request to that endpoint. and we get the JSON output of that response of that endpoint and take the output that has highest score with argmax. This is reason why we are doing is that the models return probabilities associated with the labels, which is positive and negative here, okay? And we have to get the most probable outputs, which is positive here. So we use argmax. So currently the labels are 0 for negative and 1 for positive sentiments. But again, the models return like 0 or 1 instead of directly saying, hey, this is positive or this is negative. So we have another mapping for this called ID to label. So we just say, hey, this model has returned positive, so 1, so this is a positive sentiment. It's just a basic dictionary. And we now get positive label of the sentiments, and that's it, basically. This is very cool because you with few lines of code, I have taken a model, I have served it, I have made it into a Docker container, and I just now send a request to the endpoint and get it. And this is basically production. And lastly, in Hugging Face Hub, we host models, as I have said. You can push your fine-tuned model to Hugging Face Hub to host your model and share it with your stakeholders. And you can even build a demo on it using Spaces. You can push in several ways, but the most caressy way of doing it, in my opinion, is to do it through something we call push to hub callback. You give your username and the model name, the tokenizer, and the output directory indicating, hey, this is where my model is, and call the callback when you call the model.fit. And when your training is done, your model will be automatically pushed to the Hugging Face Hub. So if you'd like to learn more, we have notebooks and scripts in Hugging Face's own GitHub repository. We have a course that is very comprehensive, starting from scratch of NLP. Later, we will see these in computer vision and other domains. But currently, we have it for only NLP. You can reach out to me from that address. And we also have this YouTube channel where we release educational content on machine learning and Hugging Face. So these are all open to everyone. And I can have some questions. And this QR code, people get intimidated over, like they have this fear of scanning it. I guess I invented that. This leads to our Discord, okay? And in Discord, we have talks, events, workshops. We have groups of people doing amazing projects. Like today, I just saw a project called Poster to Plot. Basically, you give a movie plot, a movie poster, and it turns it into a plot. We have like groups of people doing projects and many other nice events. We will hopefully host a TensorFlow specific event where we are going to do amazing machine learning models with TensorFlow. You can scan this to get to our Discord, just saying. I can have the questions if it's okay.
There we go. Now my mic's on, or my mic's on. Thanks, that was great. We do have one question.
Okay.
Why is...
I just saw it.
Okay,
Link.
yeah. Why is that URL model trained only on 4,000 rows only when the data set's 13,000?
Is this your, I wonder if it's their model or they are asking about someone else's model, because this can be like, it can be a design choice. The data set can have like 4,000 training examples. I don't know, like it can be a design choice or someone else's choice. I have started my video. I thought, by the way, like I completely forgot I have turned off my camera. So I was like, indicating things with my hands. But yeah, the internet is somehow, yeah. This is a GPT-2 model trained on 4,000 rows of these data sets. I just received a message. I don't know, I don't know who trained it. There is probably a good reason why they have used only 4,000 rows. I don't know. Some people do pre-processing, by the way, and they might have come across duplicate examples, and they just might have gotten rid of it and left with 4,000. I don't know.
So I actually have a question.
Okay.
I know at the end you kind of said, if you want to learn more, you had some links to there. Are there any other resources that you think would be good for somebody that's either wanting to get into TensorFlow or machine learning, transfer learning?
For TensorFlow. Okay. So I'm a Google developer expert, and I'm like a TensorFlow advocate, sort of. And we have so many people, like there is keras.io. Can I write it in the general chat? Is it visible in the, okay, keras.io. And if you want to learn from scratch, I highly recommend Lawrence's work. Like Lawrence Moroney is the head of AI at Google, like AI DevRel in Google, who produces this TensorFlow course. And there is a very nice series called ML Zero to Hero. I just sent the link. There are so many, like TensorFlow's YouTube channel is really good. I'm on also sending that. It has so many use cases, explanations. There is also machine learning crash course by Google. I'm gonna send you the link. It teaches you both the theory and the practical side, like how to use TensorFlow. And lastly, the Keras's creator, who is Francois Chollet, has this beautiful book that I have finished called Deep Learning with Python. I'm going to send you the link. It has everything Keras. There's also this book from Aurélien Geron, which is hands-on machine learning with scikit-learn, TensorFlow, and Keras. It is the most popular one. I would highly recommend that. Yeah, I saw your message. I didn't see it previously. Your mic is closed.
No worries.
So yeah, I think my time is up. If there is no other questions, thank you so much for hosting me, accepting my CV.
Yeah, we were glad to have you. That was a great talk. Thanks so much for speaking.
Thank you so much. See ya.
See ya. So now we'll take another break. This one will be until it's about 15 minutes until 3:05. Up next, we have Michael Salati. He will be talking about 0 to 100 with Lighthouse.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and claim responsibility for the poor AV management that's been happening. Sorry, as everybody's been apparently listening to my Google Voice come through and watch me, balance my expense sheet for work while I'm sitting here. So everybody's human, myself included. Anyway, we hope everybody had a good break. Welcome back. I'm going to introduce our last speaker here. Our last speaker of the day is a developer program engineer at Google, focusing on web and Chrome. He's been writing code for 5 years and has found his love in Angular, Firebase, progressive web apps, and the voodoo ways of the web. Michael's also spoken at various meetings, meetups, and conferences, including Angular NYC, JSConf China, and the United Nations. I would love to hear more about that in our after event. But with that, we will promote Michael to be a speaker.
Hi. Am I good to go? I'm listening.
You're all good to go. I hear you just fine. I'm going to step down and let you take it over.
Thank you. Present screen. Okay. All right. Hi everyone. My name is Michael Slotty. I work as a developer. I work in developer relations at Google. I primarily focus on the web. In fact, if you've visited the websites either web.dev or developer.chrome.com, you've actually been on a site that I've helped to build or work on. And as a quick plug for web.dev, we actually recently went through a redesign right in time for the Chrome Developer Summit. So I invite you guys to check out the new and improved web.dev when you get the chance. Provides a lot of, I would say, insightful guidance on building compelling web applications, whereas developer.chrome.com provides strong documentation for building specifically in Chrome. So they kind of go hand in hand with the web as a whole versus specifically Chrome. So again, just putting this out there, web.dev is definitely a great resource for you guys to check out when you have the chance. All right, so I'll say that I love the web. I grew up on the web, and I remember what things were like in the 90s, the 2000s, and even now in our modern web environment. I love it. It's compelling, it's exciting, and we have incredible tools to make amazing and compelling experiences for others. And I know that because I'll also say I've made a lot of mistakes, a lot. So I'm hoping that maybe I can share with you some interesting tips or tricks that I had to learn somewhat painfully to help you develop these compelling web experiences without having to deal with the same pain that I've had to deal with. So as users of the web, we know that performance matters. No one likes to wait, and we don't necessarily have a lot of time to do the things that we need to do. Sometimes we are looking up something in a rush, like, for example, if you're in the New York subway system, and yes, technically they have internet in between stops, but that doesn't really give your phone enough time to connect, make the request before you move on to the next stop. So when you're underground and you're trying to pull something up because you need it, that doesn't always work for you. And I raise these as a situation because these are common experiences that I think users of our web applications have. And as a developer, you've probably heard of things like how slow websites have higher drop-off rates. Here's one fun metric. For every second delayed in a mobile page load, conversion can fall up to 20%. Another fun metric is, or another fun fact, is that discoverability is really impacted by the speed and performance of the sites that we work on. Simply put, speed is actually used as a ranking factor now in mobile searches. And this started rolling out in 2018, called the Speed Update for Google Search. I find this quote by Carolina Caesar as an important insight. So she says that performance is a pillar of user experience, yet it's so often overlooked. Developers are having a hard time obtaining budgets for paid tooling, audits, or training. Businesses fail to see the value in pursuing improvements in critical bug fixes. Tooling seems to be a barrier to improving the quality of and performance of websites and doesn't end up being the main focus in development, where I generally think that performance and quality should be the main focus of development. If these things aren't addressed or nipped at the bud early, they can end up becoming unruly and difficult to correct after the fact. The thing is, as developers, there are actually tools that we have to evaluate the performance of our sites, and a lot of these tools are free. A key tool that Google provides is called Lighthouse. So Lighthouse is an open source tool for auditing sites to help developers by providing opportunities and diagnostics to improve the user experience of the site. You can run it against any web page, whether it's a public page or one that requires authentication. It has audits for performance, accessibility, to determine whether an application meets the criteria for being a progressive web application, and more. And finally, you can use Lighthouse anywhere. So you may have seen Lighthouse in the Chrome DevTools just because it's built into Chrome DevTools. But if you're not necessarily using Chrome, you can actually use Lighthouse as an extension. It is an extension that is available on both Chrome and Firefox. And finally, you can actually use Lighthouse in the command line or in your code because it's available as a NPM module. So Lighthouse is generally a fantastic tool for auditing our sites. It kind of provides like a spot check. And I'll just give you a quick demo as to how Lighthouse works if you haven't used Lighthouse before. So here's an application I have running. It's just a simple web page with, oh, surprise, surprise, it's everything I've said thus far. Anyway, it is a simple site running on my local host. And what I'm going to do is, if I go to, here, let me close this so I can start from the beginning. I'll just go to inspect to open up my DevTools here. I'll hit these double carrots or arrows and click Lighthouse to open up Lighthouse. And now I can generate a report on the performance of this website right inside of my browser. So I can mark the things that I'm looking for. So I'm going to be interested in the categories of performance, PWA, best practices, accessibility, and SEO. And I can choose to run this test as if it was running against, as if it was running in a mobile browser or on the desktop. So I'll just leave it at mobile and I'll click Generate Report. And just like that, we have a kind of report card for the performance of this application or website. So performance is 100, accessibility is 95, best practice is 100, SEO is 100. And so as I scroll down, it kind of breaks down how I got to that scoring. Like the first contentful page was less than a second, so that's good, that's in the green. It's giving me some feedback that I can try to properly size the images, and it's giving potential savings. This is all interesting and useful feedback. But the accessibility, where I fell to 95% instead of 100%, it provides specific feedback as to what the issue is. So here, there's an issue with the ARIA on one of these, on a lot of the elements, where these anchor tags, I don't know if we can see them, like here, the ARIA hidden is marked true. So elements contain focusable descendants. Okay, this is interesting. And if I wanted to actually learn more about this, so it gives me a quick description as to what the issue is, but to get a better insight, I can actually click Learn More, and it opens up an article on web dev. Everything comes back to web dev. It's my life's calling right now, giving you a breakdown as to why this is negatively impacting your website and how you can actually improve your website and fix this. So anything that you find on Lighthouse CI, or sorry, on Lighthouse that's providing you feedback will provide an actual article on how this is relevant and how to actually improve your performance. So yeah, I would make the argument Lighthouse CI is awesome for providing spot checks to our websites, but sorry, I say Lighthouse for providing spot checks onto our websites. But ideally, we can build this into our everyday development experience. So it's not a spot check, it's a thing we deal with all the time. And that's where Lighthouse CI comes in. So Lighthouse CI is a suite of tools for using Lighthouse during your continuous integration process. And by asserting against Lighthouse continuously, you can actually catch regressions in the performance of your websites before they become too unruly. You can use common CI tools like GitHub Actions and Travis CI to run Lighthouse CI, and let Lighthouse CI run the automated testing against your site for every commit that you push. So showed you what the site looks like. So I am actually going to show you guys how to set up Lighthouse CI, and then we'll see what Lighthouse CI actually provides. So here's a quick start link if you guys want. It's bit.ly/ all uppercase LHCI Q and then lowercase WIC. So Lighthouse CI Quick. And I actually have this up here where the Lighthouse CI really needs only two things. The first thing is you need a configuration, which is the Lighthouse RC, where what it's looking for, sorry, wrong one, here, Lighthouse RC file, where what it's looking for is what pages you want to test. And this ends up being an array of URLs you can test against. as well as the command to start the server. Yeah. And then another option that you have is that you can upload the results to a storage bucket. That way you can actually view the full reports at a later point. And Google will provide a free bucket, which I think I triggered my Google Home. We'll see what happens. Google will provide a free bucket where you understand. Stop. Okay. We'll provide a free bucket where you can store the results and that you can look at the results later. So this actually sets up Lighthouse CI for your application. And I have this right here on the application that I'm running locally, where we'll test everything against the localhost 5000. So just checking the homepage. And here's the command to start the server, which is npm run start, and it runs the prod version. Now, I mentioned that you can actually have assertions for what you expect results to be. And I actually have a couple of assertions here. So what we'll add is the assert and assertions, and we can tell them which categories we want to have more stringent tests for. So in all of these cases, it's going to throw an error if we score anything less than a 90. So we're basically saying we're kind of having a strict standard on the performance of our website, where performance, accessibility, best practices, as well as SEO, we expect it to score either 90 or higher. Anything lower than 90 is a fail. And that can be really important because as you're pushing your commits up to GitHub, if you start to have, like maybe having a change between 95 and 90 to 92 isn't the biggest deal in the world because, you know, no developer is perfect and things are going to happen to your site. But going from maybe 95, which is a good goal, to 85, that's a big enough deal where you'll want to catch that and see what you can do to improve your website. And so that's why we're setting these thresholds that if it goes underneath a score of 90, we want to catch that, and so we'll be notified. The next thing we're going to need to set up is just how we're going to run the run Lighthouse CI. So in this quick start guide, if you scroll to the top, I believe, where is it? It'll provide you basic configuration for any CI provider you use. So if you're on GitHub using GitHub Actions, here is a quick GitHub action flow that you can copy and paste. Travis, here's a quick flow. Circle CI, here's a quick flow. For any CI system that you're using, they provide a quick start guide. So you really just can copy and paste this into your repo, and now your Lighthouse CI is automatically configured, and you can just test against whatever web application you're working on. And so in mine, I have a GitHub CI where it's just check out the code, install the dependencies, run the test. And here is a commit that I actually just pushed up a couple of hours ago. And we see that there's a green check mark. If I click on it and hover over the results, I can actually see the score. And it might be a little bit too small for you guys to read, but it says performance 100, accessibility 95, best practices 100, SEO 100. And if I click on the details, this shows me the full Lighthouse report of the tests and the results of it. So I can actually scroll down here and like this is tied to this commit. So now I have this as reference that I can fall back on and read whenever I want. So this is awesome. This is cool. We have a application that seems to be working. Let's break it. Let's set this application to fail that test that we have. So we're saying that we have an expected score of 0.9. Okay. So here's a script that I have that I'm just going to comment back in. And so it's called script blocker. And if I show you what script blocker looks like, where is it? Asset scripts blocker. It just console logs from 0 to 100,000. I'm hoping this will be enough to kind of slow down or mess up the website so we can see what it ends up looking like as a result of this. So let me just commit this. Feet. And push. Okay. So let's give this a refresh. And so we can see that we've pushed up our new commit, which has our blocker script added to the head of the web page. And immediately we have our little orange light that shows tests are running. So I'm going to go into the details for the Lighthouse CI script. This should hopefully take less than a minute. And as that's happening, I'm going to take a sip of my coffee. All right, so it's running the Lighthouse CI command against the home page, and it's going to test it 3 times. I thought this would have run a little bit faster. I didn't expect to have this much silence, so I hope you guys don't mind just chilling with me in awkward silence. Okay. I should have ran this locally. Okay. All right. That's done. So now if we go back and check this commit, we can see the commit status. There's this red X mark. If I click on it, I can see that the Lighthouse CI failed one of the assertions. I'm like, okay, what ended up happening? Why did our Lighthouse CI break? Let's check the details. And so here's generated our full report. So accessibility, best practices, and SEO, they're still kind of what we expected before, but now our performance has dropped from 100 to 47. So let's check the report to see what ends up happening. And we can see that the opportunity here listed is there's a render blocking resource. If I check it, it's the main item is really this blocker.js. When we click the minimize main thread work, it's saying the script parse, but that's not quite right. Here we go, reduce JavaScript execution time. Again, it's taking about 15 seconds to run that script, and that's what ends up causing this test to fail. So now, let's say if someone was to just push up a commit to a project that we were working on, we can see, oh, wait, there's a red X on it. What happened? Click on that, view that this failed the test. We can get a report as to why this failed. And now this gives us the opportunity to actually correct this mistake before we continue to build on top of it and before we lose track of what ended up ruining the performance of the website. So here, I'm just going to comment out the blocker.js just because I know that's the issue. I'm going to quickly that. Now we can just push that change up, and eventually the tests are going to run, and we'll get the end result seeing that the performance of the site has improved again. Now, there's one thing I didn't quite address, and I'm realizing it after the fact, so I'm just going to quickly explain this right now. Normally, what you would end up getting is just this, if you were using Lighthouse CI just as it is, you would get the kind of result with the score, the performance 100, accessibility 95, etc., right in here. But if you want the report to actually, if you want this to actually get saved to the commit, you will just need to set up a token. So over here, I have a Lighthouse CI GitHub app token that's configured for this GitHub action workflow. And that is a fairly easy thing to set up. I'm just going to show a quick video of setting that. So in the quick start guide, we can go to the, where is it? Here we go. In the quick start guide, there's the GitHub method, which provides a link to install and authorize the Lighthouse CI app in order to provide that like detailed report, which will generate that token for us. And here's just a video of me setting it up fairly quickly. Getting started. So just click configure, click the organization that you want to generate the token for, or access for the token. It'll provide a token here, which you can copy and save it as a secret for your repo. So I just wanted to show you guys that, because that is a necessary step that I forgot to mention for this application. And so now if we check back on our commits, we have the commit that removes the blocker script pushed up. We have a green check mark reviewing it. Performance is 100, 95 accessibility. And if we view the details, here's the full Lighthouse report associated with the commit. And we can see that we were able to increase our performance from the 46, I think, back to 100. So that is kind of it for the Lighthouse CI. There we go. If you want to check out this application, you can visit it. It's Lighthouse or LHCI-0-100.web.app. At the very top of the web page, there's actually a link to the GitHub repo. So if you guys want to review that, clone it, tinker with it, use it yourselves, please feel free to use it, because it's a fairly simple example of how to use Lighthouse CI. And then finally, my name is Michael Slotty. I'm available on the web virtually everywhere. So if you want to follow up with me afterwards, I invite you to follow up with me there. And I think that's it for me. So I don't know if we go to Q&A now, but I'm assuming something will happen and it's going to be great for everyone here.
Well, all right. For some reason my video isn't working, but that's fine. So yes, let's do the QA that we've got. So thank you for your talk, Michael. And let's see if we had any questions or answers come in. I don't see any questions over in the QA tab. Let's see, I'll check the stage chat. I don't see questions in the stage chat. I love Lighthouse, though. I've given presentations about it as well, like but just like little 5-minute sorts of ones. Oh, and you shared the link. That's great.
I shared it in the wrong area, though, so I'm going to drop them over here into the actual general area.
Yeah, you shared those in the backstage where only the cool kids can see them. Oh, and I see something came in over in Q&A. What do you think the future of progressive web apps is? The PWAs and AMP as well. So two great questions about that.
Yeah. I think progressive web applications are sorry, I have a hard time trying to think of how to answer that question, because I feel like we're starting to see or we have been seeing really compelling applications. And I think it's it should be a main investment for developers. If you're it's the quickest way to be able to develop an application that is going to work on iOS and Android. The capabilities of PWAs have like greatly advanced over the past couple of years, especially on the Android side of things, where I have to check a previous slide deck, but there's like a lot of really awesome capabilities, such as like, seems like a simple one, but you can grant access to your address book. So if you, let's say you have an application where you want to like share your link for someone to register, and like, you know, like with Uber, they provide you a link so you and your friend can get a credit. They make that easy now in with PWAs. Or another option with PWAs is, let's say you're doing you do SMS authentication with the application. You could have the Progressive Web Application request permission to verify the user's identity by just checking the text message. So like, I think it's starting to provide, I wouldn't say quite feature parity, but like a lot of the stuff that you typically only associate with native web applications actually are available for PWAs as well. As far as AMP is concerned, that's not really the part of DevRel that I work on. So I'm not too familiar with what AMP is doing or is able to provide. I'm assuming it's going to stay around because Google has a lot of money, and I'm sure a lot of money goes into AMP. But I really can't answer that based on what I know. Also, I'm totally down with questions not Lighthouse related. Like, you could ask me like time complexity questions, and I might not have the answer. I will answer it. It won't be the right answer though. So it can be anything.
All right. There's one other question, was the one about AMP. Did you answer both the PWA and AMP?
Oh yeah, my answer for AMP is I don't know. Okay.
And that's perfectly valid. So with that, let's see what's up next. So we had your presentation. You're the last one. Now we've got a short break before we do the closing and giveaways. So during the short break, we've got a survey for people to fill out. Now let's get you guys that survey link. So if one of my wonderful co-hosts would be willing to paste the survey link over in the chat, then we can do the survey, complete the survey, get your name added, and we'll throw up the wheel of names, and you guys will have a chance to win. So we've got some great prizes for folks who fill out the survey. So let's see, Jay or any of the others, please paste the survey link over in the chat. Oh, there it is, survey.midwestdevfest.com. I'll copy that one and paste it into the stage chat as well. Make sure it's in all the places. So head over to that link, survey.midwestdevfest.com. And then once you fill out that survey, then you'll be entered to win. And just for fun, I'm going to show where that's going to go. All of that is going to go, I'll share my whole window, is going to go into the wheel of names. Right now, there are just sample names in here. But soon enough, after you fill out the survey at survey.midwestdevfest.com, then I'll load up the names and we'll run the spinner. And we'll find out who the lucky winner is going to be. Now, this Eric is just from the sample names. So what we need to do is we need to get the actual names for this event into this bucket. So go fill out the survey at survey.midwestdevfest.com. Here's what it looks like. It's a very simple survey. You got some check boxes. Do you think it was awesome? Do you think it was awful? Do you think it was okay? All are valid. Anyway, keep going, keep going. We want to know what you thought about the various things. How long the talks were, the speakers, the registration, the volunteers and staff. What your favorite session was. There's a bunch of questions, but the more questions, the better the prizes that we can justify. So go through the survey and answer the questions, and then we'll love to hear your answers. After you've got the survey done, you can hop over into networking for a few minutes, and we're going to ask people to come back. Let's see, what's the plan say? I think the plan said that we'll do the closing giveaways at, well, it said at 4, but I think we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, aren't we? So let's say 3:55, 3:55. So right now is 3:40 in Central Time. It's 4:40 in Eastern Time. So in 15 minutes, we'll be doing our closing and giveaways. So between now and then, fill out the survey, and then go over to networking, and then after that, let's get you some prizes. So I'm very happy about that. That we've got prizes to share today. So without further ado, I think I'll put up some slides just for you guys to have something to look at. Oh, Lloyd's here. Hey, Lloyd. Do you have some slides for us or anything to share?
Nope. I'm going to put up the slides. I'm going to try and mute myself. I've got all the other tabs closed. It's going to be the most professional intro section we've had all day.
Well, that's amazing. I'm happy to see a professional intro section. All right. There it goes. Just hit that little hide link. Oh, that's the thorn in my side. Hit that little hide link, and then the slides will be up. The survey link is on the slide, and the background music's playing. All right, it's a party, everybody. So after the giveaways, we have an after networking event, and that'll be at after.midwestdevfest.com. First, let's do that survey and then pop into the networking. I'm going to the Flutter room. I don't know about anybody else, but I'll be in the Flutter room. See you there. Well, hello, hello. We're back. We had a great little networking moment there. And now we're ready for the wheel of names from the attendee survey response feedback form. So it looks like, all right, we've got all these names here. And just to see that this is real, look, if I go all the way over, you can see here are all the timestamps for all of the responses we've gotten so far. So if you wanted to, if you were nearly finished, finish quick, I'll come back and look after the first prize and see if there's any more names that pop in. But here we go, pasting those names into the wheel of names. I'll share my screen. You couldn't see what I was showing you. I'll share this whole window. So first I went over here and I got the list of names. And I showed you, here are the responses that have come in so far. Okay, there's names, copy the names. Over here is the wheel of names. I'll paste those names in as plain text. And there you go. Now, I am about to spin the wheel. Here it goes. Spin. Let's see, are you a winner? Varun, all right, man. Woo. Now, I have to check with my co-organizers and see how many prizes we have to give away. Let's see, so, all right, looks like we've got a couple more. So this will be for this one is our first prize, and now we'll get 2 more prizes going. Okay, let's see, so I'll remove that name, and now we'll try for our second prize. All right, here we go. Baskin Tapcan. All right, you're our second prize winner. So the first one, by the way, is a pair of Pixel Buds. The second prize is a Google Mini, and I think we've got another Google Mini as well. Let's see. Third. Cassava Toth. It looks like. All right, you're our other winner. Let's see. Oh, one of the other organizers is writing a message. I can see the little dots, So I don't know if we've got something else or if it's just those 3. Okay, well, so far that's what I've got. Let's see, 3, that was funny, sorry, go on. All right, so good times. We've given away, oh, look, we've even started with winner in there. So Varun, he's the big winner, and we've got a couple of other winners as well. So we'll reach out to you and get you hooked up with those prizes, and that'll be great. Now, what else do we have? We're at the end of the day. Now we've got the networking. We've got a fun networking event, like an after party event, and this is using a different platform called Gather.town, and it's a really fun thing to use. So for that, let's see. It's after.midwestdevfest.com. And don't worry, I did hide the email addresses. So, all right. So let's see, we're going to go to after.midwestdevfest.com. Now, if I click to go there, you guys will see what that's like. So that'll open Gather, and then it'll ask if this is what you want to do. And yes, this is the event that we're here for. Hit join event. Now it's opening at 4:15, it says. You can actually join starting as early as 4 o'clock, but unfortunately right now it's 3:59. So we got here just a little bit too early. Normally, I understand. You want to be fashionably late to a party. Well, for this party, we're here just a few seconds too early. It won't let me join because it's 3:59 and it doesn't open until 4 o'clock. So I'll hit enter one more time. And now it lets me join the event. So when it opens up, then you get to customize an avatar for yourself. And you get to play around. And with everybody else, we get to walk around in this space, and that's a lot of fun. Now, there are closing slides. Let's see. I'm going to pull up those closing slides. and share them with you. Okay, I think it's this one here. Open that in a new tab. Okay, closing presentation. That sounds like the one I need. So I'll share that with you now. Window, share, closing presentation. So thanks everyone for attending the Midwest DevFest 2021, our second of these virtual, second year of doing a virtual DevFest for the Midwest area. Thank you to our speakers. They did a great job, and we all hope you all learned a lot. I know I did. And thank you to Google developers for sponsoring. They're helping make this happen. Again, thank you all for attending. And please don't just attend this event. Also attend future events, either from the DevFest 2021 season or events from your local GDG chapter. I'm from GDG Cloud Twin Cities. There are people on this call from GDG Ann Arbor and other GDGs around the Midwest. There are GDG chapters, Google Developer Group chapters, all around the world actually. And you can go and visit them, and you can speak, or you can attend meetings. All kinds of things all kinds of opportunities are open. So we're all going to go to after.midwestdevfest.com, and that's the plan. So I'm going to leave this up until that closing loop can be played. And yeah, we'll hope to see you there, after.midwestdevfest.com, and we'll hang out and chat and have a mini party. I know we can't have a party in real life, so we'll have a party in the metaverse, and we get there from after.midwestdevfest.com. See you there, and thank you so much for coming out for Midwest DevFest 2021 today. Okay. Okay, Lloyd, do you have the slides? That post-event loop? It's time. Let's get that posted and playing. Looks like he does, so thank you so much.